Hear ye, classes in session, the Daily Diddy or the Diddy Daily, whatever you want to do, is Diddy Day 10. We back in the courthouse. I'm back off a trip from Rome. Ribs still fucked up, but I'm here, and we got us a star-studded event. Well, it won't be any stars on the live tonight. It will just be me, but we got about 6 to 7 hours ahead of us. So we're back here. We're back in the trial. We had Kid Cudi up here on Thursday. There was no trial Friday, and yesterday was Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day. And we're here. We're back in trial. So you know how we do this. We're going to catch things up, and then we're going to get right into the trial because, you know, they getting things cracking. What up, Eric? Well, let me see where we at. So with no further ado, let me just put this on out here. Again, I don't care if guilty or innocent. We are here to cover the trial for entertainment purposes. Whatever Diddy did is catching up with him. So if they find him guilty, he's guilty. If they find him innocent, he's innocent. I'm not going to be like, damn, they found him innocent. Damn, they found him guilty. Either way, it doesn't matter. At the end of this week, rent is due. So don't come in here talking about, oh, you and your feelings. I don't give a damn. I'm the judge. It's it's on me to be impartial to both sides, to both parties. I don't give a damn. So I'll let Bruce Rivers explain to you exactly what's going on. So you don't have to take it from me, the judge. You can take it from a lawyer.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of a sex act. You know, that's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the three charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know, federal court goes a lot quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted like 6 or more months. It was insane how long that lasted. Never would happen in federal court, ever. Federal court would tell you, you got 3 weeks to try this case. See you later. I mean,
all right, so that's Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And he's going to react to all the self-snitching. Again, they are already in court, so we're going to go ahead and catch that on up. We use Inner City Press over on Twitter.com. We also use CNN for our live updates. When it comes to Twitter, these are just little short tweets. He puts them out. There are reenactments on my channel, so don't be offended by that. I'm just reading what they wrote. If you feel a certain type of way about my reenactments, you need to call up to New York City, the Southern District of New York to be exact. Contact them and tell them to say, why are you guys cross-examining the people like that? Because all I'm doing is reading what's going on in the courthouse. So don't come at me with none of that nonsense. This week we ain't playing around. We got Inner City Press. They are in the courthouse. And then we have CNN that's giving us, Inner City's going to give us just a little quick tidbits. Boom, 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 boom. This is what's happening. CNN is going to sum it up for us. All right. Let's see. This is week 3. The trip. Oh, man, Rome was nice. If we got some free time after this, I'll talk a little bit about Rome when we get off of here. I went to Rome for 3 days this weekend. Real good, man. I ain't going to lie to you. The Colosseum, amazing. I'm upset I didn't go and see it in 2022, but you know how I felt about the whole COVID situation. All right, so I'm going to catch us up. This is going to be a little speed through process, probably about 10 to 15 minutes to catch us up with everything we missed out on. Then we'll jump straight over to Twitter, and we'll catch back up. All right. So, victim 3 is not expected to testify in Combs' federal trial. She didn't want to testify. Not provide any further details. Victim 3 was referenced in the government superseding indictment as a part of the racketeering conspiracy indictment. The indictment states that Diddy and his associates wielded his power through his business empire, intimidated, threatened, and lure at least 3 different females, victim 1, 2, and 3, under the pretense of a romantic relationship and engaging in commercial X acts. Prosecutors allege some of these X acts, known as freak offs, involve male ex workers who were transported across state lines. So we get that. So victim three isn't testifying. The judge takes the bench as Diddy trial enters week three. The court resumed in the ex trafficking trial of Diddy as it enters its third week. The judge is on the bench. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are discussing some issues before the jury enters, as always. Former Combs employee Capricorn Clark is expected to testify today, followed by witnesses from the LAPD, the LAFD, the fire department, according to the prosecutor. The jury has already heard from two other former assistants from Diddy, George Kaplan and David James. Remember George quit. David James was one of the originals. David James is also the one that was making the OG Diddy drinks. The government has called 16 witnesses so far. Diddy pled not guilty. Los Angeles Fire investigator to testify today about the fire set in Kid Cudi's car. Last week we heard from Kid Cudi. He heard from Capricorn Clark, which wasn't hearsay because she was actually there and the eyewitness. She called Kid Cudi while on the phone. She said Diddy is in the house. He pulls up. Diddy is gone. Diddy and them went inside of all of the gifts. They didn't steal anything, but they did traumatize the dog. They threw the dog in the bathroom, locked it up. The dog going crazy, traumatized. The dog don't like no more locked doors. Then after that, allegedly Diddy came over to the house while Kid Cudi was at a former girlfriend's family member's house. His dog sitter calls and says, hey, the dog is traumatized, but someone just blew up your car. Kid Cudi comes back. He finds out that a Molotov was thrown inside of his car. The roof was cut open. Now, they don't know if that was Diddy or not. Kid Cudi did say that he felt like Cassie was playing both of them. No one could confirm if Diddy did this or if Diddy had someone do it. Allegedly, they said, the defense said that it was a female's DNA on the Molotov. So I guess here we're going to go a little further into that. But the car was caught on fire. And during the weekend, Diddy and the defense, they did try to get the car bombing dismissed because there isn't any evidence. I don't think it's going to get dismissed just for the simple fact of there is motive behind that because of everything we've been seeing. He's been jealous of other things. So I doubt that they're going to throw it out. But the charge probably won't stick with Diddy. Again, I'm impartial. I don't give a damn. If he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's in it, he's in it. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a shit? But LAPD and LAFD going to be here today. What up, Brillo? What up, Lily? Jojo? Moochie, what's going on? I'm just doing a little speed up here. We don't care what this legal analyst says. Hell, I'm a legal analyst. Former Combs employee Capricorn Clark is called to the stand. Capricorn Clark is called to the stand. If she's Capricorn Clark, I guess that makes me Leo Mo. But former Combs employee Capricorn Clark is called to the stage. And that's where we'll start. Now, I haven't broken up any of these, but I am going to do it, though. You know, I get a little lazy, guys. But I'm going to break these up, and I'm going to end up putting them all up on my other channel. The more you know, it should be pinned in the chat. I'm going to put those up, so it'll just be, like, continuous. I just needed some time, man. You know, I'll be on here. We did over 50 hours in the first 2 weeks of the Diddy trial, so we're going to continue that. We'll probably get a good 25 to 30 hours this week. And that's on top of me working 8 hours at my own job. So hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. The jury has entered. The jury has entered, and prosecutors have called Capricorn Clark, a former director of marketing for Diddy, to the stand. Clark is the 17th witness by the prosecution. Assistant U.S. Attorney Steiner will question her. Clark came up in last week's testimony against Kid Cudi. Former employee began music career at Def Jam Records. So we get a little bit of background about Capricorn so we can understand who she is and how she fits into this puzzle, because this puzzle is crazy. Capricorn Clark, the former director of marketing, Sean Diddy Combs, says she'd been involved in the music industry since shortly after graduating from high school when she led an internship at Def Jam Records. Hey, Russ, I hear you like them young. She said both of her parents died shortly after that. which meant she had to start life a lot earlier. After Def Jam, she worked at Death Row Records. We already know where this is going. We already got testimony that they ran out to go get at Suge. So Capricorn went from Def Jam to Death Row to Bad Boy. I guess she's just following whatever's hype at that time. Def Jam was at the top one point. They fell off. Death Row started coming up. Yeah, then they fell off. Then Bad Boy took off and kept excelling after that. After Def Jam, she worked at Death Row Records with Suge Knight, then managed. Around 2004, she started working for Combs at Bad Boy Entertainment as his personal assistant, she said. After briefly leaving in 2006, she returned to work for Combs in 2007 as the director of marketing for Sean John's Women. She said she became a global brand director in 2008, being terminated in 2012. She then worked as Cassie Ventura's creative director from 2016 to 2018. So she knows all the ins and outs because she was there before Cassie and she was there till Cassie left. Combs' former assistant says he threatened her on her very first day, believe it or not, Diddy of all people. On the first day of working, Sean Diddy Combs in 2004, Capricorn said he took her to Central Park with his security guard sometime after 9 p.m. Eastern. There, he brought up her former employment with Death Row Records, which was founded by Combs' rival, Marion Suge Knight. He told me that he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight, and if anything happened, he would have to kill me, Capricorn testified. The security guard stood by silently while Combs threatened her. I'll kill you if you do anything, if anything happens to me, Capricorn said. She said she then told Diddy at the time, we'll just have to see. She testified that she felt she couldn't convince him that she was trustworthy at the time and she could have been more transparent about her employment background. So what did she do? Just, hey, I worked at Def Jam. Surprise, here I am. Like, what was in between? I guess it was just a year, maybe a year and a half. Because let's think about it. 2003, Death Row was dead. You know what I mean? Clark remembers Combs discussing guns once, she says. When Capricorn was with Sean Diddy Combs and was the personal assistant, she heard him discuss guns once, she testified. Clark said Combs and his then manager got into an elevator after Combs did an MTV event that also involved rapper 50, Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Combs told his elevator companions he had an issue with 50. In further conversation, Diddy said, I don't do that. I like guns. Capricorn testified Combs' demeanor was very serious, she said. Oh, you know 50's about to make a meme out of this. What the fuck you say fuck me for? Diddy and Combs, Capricorn are stealing jewelry, she testifies. One time, Diddy accused Capricorn of stealing a diamond jewelry that was a loan to him from a jeweler, the former assistant testified. So even Diddy wasn't paying cash for stuff because he ain't really living like that. Capricorn had been assigned to hold the jury as they traveled from New York to Miami. She realized the bag holding the jury was missing before they got to the airport. Well, I can't wait to go back to this transcript of this. Diddy went to Miami, leaving Clark with the security guard who questioned her for hours and then searched the apartment. Where's the jewelry? Where's the jewelry, damn it? The next day, the security guard picked her up from her home and left her in a locked vacant office space with another man who administered a lie detector test on her. So David James wasn't lying. Clark then testified that the man told her at the time, if she failed the test, they're going to throw her into the East River. She described him as a very wide, but never learned his name. Man, that's all he was very wide. Combs' ex-assistant also says she took multiple lie detector tests after he was accusing her of stealing. Capricorn, the former assistant, said that after he accused her of stealing diamond jewelry from her, she was given a lie detector test. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified, Capricorn testified. At one point, the man administering the test told her she needed to calm down because the results were inconclusive. I'm not getting a good reading. You need you need to if you what? I'm not getting a good reading. You need to you're I'm not getting a good reading. I thought I couldn't read. I'm not getting a good reading. You need to you're going Oh, you need to calm down. If not, you're going to need to, or you're going to end up, I guess, you're going to be in the East River. If I can't get a reading on this, Clark recalled the man saying, I couldn't calm down, she said. Eventually, one of the Combs security guards took her home and picked her up the next day to repeat the same process. They took her in there and they said, Did you steal the jewelry?
Answer me, motherfucker!
Where did you go with the jewelry?
Answer me, motherfucker!
You better calm down.
Answer me, motherfucker!
You'll end up in the East River.
Answer me, motherfucker!
They picked her up, and the next day they repeated the process. Capricorn testified she was taken to the same vacant office building for questioning with the lie detector for 5 straight days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. She said she didn't want to do it, but thought the lie detector was the only way to prove her innocence. Clark said she didn't report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. Judge sustained a defense objection to the testimony. Sustain. Objection, Your Honor. About the DNA, not the DNA, the NDA, and told the jury to disregard it. After 5 days for tests, Combs Security took Clark. She could to return home. She said she testified that Diddy never asked her where she was during those 5 days, and he never mentioned the lie detector test. She said she didn't know if the jury was ever found. Grueling hours of Combs' assistant led to stress-induced. What? Policia. Capricorn, the former director, worked typically from 9 a.m. to 4 a.m. Jeez Louise. As Combs' personal assistant. Combs told her that if she failed to complete any task, she would lose her job, she testified. She said on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep. Clark also said she made $65,000 annually at the time. Shit. If I'm making $65,000, I'm getting a full 8 hours of sleep. 65,000 shit. Man, I'd be damn. 65,000, you're gonna give me more than 4 hours of sleep. You're just gonna be fighting when I get up in the morning, but I'm gonna be showing up to work late. $65,000, that's no overtime. That's me. You a lie. Let me see. Clark says she was stiffed $80,000 in overtime when she was Combs' assistant. Clark continued to testify about the early employment under Diddy when she was his personal assistant. At one point, a human resources representative at Bad Boy presented Combs with a sheet that calculated what Clark was owed for overtime, $80,000 for a 3-month period. She said he ripped up the paper. She was never compensated for the overtime work. Damn, so she'd have made $145,000 and $80,000 in overtime in 3 months. Now let me scale that back. What was I saying? $80,000 in 3 months. You times that by 4, $240,000. That's $240,000 just off overtime. Now, what I was saying earlier was if the overtime was being paid out, I'll take 4 hours of sleep for $240 in a year, and that's overtime. And this is what 2004, 2005-ish. So 240 is more around 360, 370. Yeah. I'm doing 4 hours of sleep. I'm doing 4 hours of sleep for 370. Come on, guys. 4 hours of sleep, 5 days, 6 days. Let's say you work 6 days a week, 4 hours of sleep a day, and you make $370,000 in a year. I think that's reasonable. I can live with that. Hell, I get 3 to 4 hours of sleep now, and I don't even make nearly. I don't even make half of 240. You know what I mean? I'm right around like 110-ish a year. You know what I'm saying? Not just at my job, but like collector. I'm like at 110. For 240 a year, I'm getting 4 hours of sleep. I'm just gonna be honest with you. 240 a year, I get 4 hours of sleep. And I could pull 6 hours. I could pull 6 days a week. One day off, 240. Yeah, that's more than fair for me. Hell, I'd do it for 200 to be honest with you. But 240, I'm good with that. What up, Kendall? Which y'all put a one in the chat. Is 240 a year good for 4 hours of sleep a day? Put a one in the chat if you would do 240 for 4 hours of sleep. Put a two if you wouldn't do 240 for 4 hours of sleep. Right now, you offer me 240, 4 hours of sleep, 6 days a week. I'm doing that. That's easy. That's easy money. I wouldn't even complain. But she got stiffed at 80,000. She got stiffed at 80,000 for 3 days. 3 months. Well, if we doing 240, then you already know what I gotta do. Let's just see what it was. 240. Let's say she worked there in 2005, 6. We'll just say 2006. 2006, 240, 123. 388. Y'all not doing 388,000 a year for 4 hours of sleep a day? I'm about to knock out, to be honest with you, with that, I'm knocking out a solid 4 years straight, and I'm stacking. Each year I'm saving 200. That's easy. That's easy saving 200 because they paying for everything. But yeah, you give me that 388. Yeah, I'm doing that for 4 hours of sleep. Hell, I get 4 hours of sleep now, and I'm doing it for way less than that. All right. Oh, so she never got paid the 80,000 for 3 months, which is crazy. Combs used aliases for hotel stays, traveled with drugs and cameras, ex-assistant testifies. Diddy traveled. His rooms were usually reserved under the names of Frank Black or Frank White, Capricorn testified. I would unpack all of his clothes and shoes and personal belongings and put them in their place. Combs traveled with a toiletry bag containing drugs and a camera box, which had 4 cameras. Damn, so that means he had one here, one behind, and then probably like one, like where we at right here. He had one here. Well, no. Knowing Diddy had one here, one behind, one from the angle, and then he had one that he had in the corner where he was recording on his own because he was a nasty deviant. So that's the 4 cameras he had. So he had all angles down. So I'm talking about all angles of the freak off. And the hotel was thinking, we heard the hotel manager testify. He traveled with a toiletry bag containing drugs and a camera box, which had 4 cameras, along with a small bottle of baby oil and a small bottle of lube. Clark also said she would also bring candles to provide lighting in the rooms. After Combs' stay, Clark said she would sweep the room for anything left behind. She said she sometimes saw damage to the rooms, including handprints left in oil. So damn, it's like the Walk of Fame over there. Prosecutors need to show criminal meeting of the minds. Oh, man, we don't care about that. I'm a legal analyst. Ex-employee describes what she says was Combs' drug use. Capricorn saw Diddy using ecstasy, Molly about once a week, in addition to prescription meds. Combs' drug use increased over time, she said. A man called One Stop. So everyone is confirmed that One Stop is a real person. We just don't know who One Stop is. Usually provided them with the drugs when they were in LA. And the drugs were usually delivered to her or to Diddy directly. So now we got the direct connection to Diddy via the witness, which was Capricorn Clark. Combs asked her to get him ecstasy fewer than 10 times. She also said Combs offered drugs to his friends and girlfriends. So now everybody's saying, oh man, they just did drugs. Here you go. Diddy is providing drugs to people. During a trip to France in 2006, Diddy asked her to get cocaine. And when she asked Combs who was it for, Diddy responded with that it wasn't for him, she testified. Clark then had the security guards obtain the drugs, she testified. Now, if you know anything about Europe, it's easy to get drugs in America, but let me tell you something. In Europe, I won't say this is probably one of the easiest places because I know some places in South America where I can get, well, where I know where you can get drugs. I won't say I got drugs, but yeah, over here, getting drugs is the easiest thing ever. You can just walk down the street and anyone that has long hair, preferably in a ponytail, just walk by and say, Coke, Coke, Coke. And they'll tap you. They'll show you if they got a little baggie on them. That's really how easy it is over here in Europe. And that's in I can go to Frankfurt about an hour away from here. You can go down there. You can see crack. You can see all the drugs you want. Again, in New York, in the cities, you could probably get that. But I'm talking about you can get some of the craziest shit over here. And if you go to Amsterdam, getting drugs is the easiest. There already is the weed capital of the world. But yeah, you go up there, whatever drug you want, you can have it within. You could tell one person, I need this, and they'll have it to you. So going over to France, bonjour, oui. Let me tell you something over there. The Turks got that on lock. Now you got some Africans over there, but you gotta watch out for the Africans because they drugs don't be as pure. But the Turks over there, they definitely got it. Some of the Frenchmen, they be having some of that pure white too. But that's a whole different story. Where you try to get close to them, you got to be in the right places. But the Turks that be on the street, oh, they can get you that shit fast. And I'm talking about, you see one of them, it's about 10 to 20 of them that are just watching and they just waiting on the end of the streets. It's crazy, but I love it. Not the drugs, but just Europe. So they were in France. They got drugs in 2006. Hell, when I was in Rome, I got offered coke probably like 4 to 5 times on camera. I'm walking holding the camera. Coke. Nah, buddy. Nah, no coke. No coke. Pepsi. Pepsi. I'm trying to tell them no coke, but I didn't know what they were offering. But yeah, it's crazy. Capricorn also would get prescription drugs for Diddy. Prescriptions that aren't yours, illegal. Sometimes the prescriptions were made out to her, and other times they were made out to Combs, she testified. There we go. Clark counted $100,000 in euros in club earnings for Combs. Capricorn, the former, she recalled a time when Diddy had 100,000 in euros that he made from club bookings in Europe. Clark says she personally counted the cash for Combs and believed he kept it in his personal safe in his bedroom. Now, 100,000 in euros back in 2006, 2007. That's before I ever came to Europe. But back in 2000, I want to say 2012, 2013, €1 was maybe $1.17, $1.18, because £1 was about $1.30. I remember taking out 300 pounds, and that came up to almost $500. So yeah. $100,000. Let's just say you're probably making about 130, 120, 130 in euros back in 2006, which is still crazy now. Which would be about 150. All right. We're going to go over here. We're going to read some of the testimony. We're going to get this thing cracking. Make sure you hit that like button. We only got 20 likes in here. That's crazy, man. We took a weekend off and people forgot where we were. All right, let me see. So we're going to go over here, Inner City Press. We're caught up on everything. We're just going to go over the transcripts and see if we missed anything. The state's attorney is Steiner. She said, "What do you do?" Capricorn said, "From Teterboro, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down." What did Uncle Polly do? He questioned me for 3 hours. Now, what they're talking about here, is going into the question. But I want to see what the judge said real quick before we get into this. The judge said, "I see you burned the midnight oil over the weekend. What about the DNA questions? The investigator, Jimenez, knowledge of his is extremely limited." The judge, but didn't he ask a serologist? Serologist? What the hell is a serial? I gotta look at that. That is. You know, if I don't know, we gotta look it up. A health professional or scientist who specialize in the study of serum. So serologist. All right. Oh, okay. So it's basically someone just knows about the DNA. If any DNA tests were done. but not the test results. So I guess they were asking, were there any fingerprints on the bottle? This is her talking about Uncle Polly taking her to the house and questioning her over the jewelry. Where did Uncle Polly take you? 1710 Broadway. Is a dilapidated. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Polly took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy set man. 1710 Broadway. All right, let's go see. Let's go see the Diddy chambers. All right. Here's the Diddy chambers. 1710 Broadway. Oh, the building is still shut down. And they took it to the 6th floor. So that's right. You got floor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 6th floor is right on the top of this floor where this ledge is. So they used to have Burberry, Prada, Coach, Tommy Birch, Mosley Tribes. Damn, imagine Diddy taking you in. Imagine Diddy taking you into this abandoned. Well, he didn't take you in there. Security did. 6th floor. You're like, damn, this place is abandoned. They got the damn locks on the doors. And when was this? This is from 2021. There ain't nothing on this street. Look at this dude. He knew Diddy was up to something. Look at him. He knew something was going on in this building. Oh, hey, look, check it out. Check it out. What does it say up here? Bad Boy Worldwide. So she wasn't lying. This is a real building. Bad Boy Worldwide. Permanently closed. Let's look at the one review on here. Reviews. They gave it a 2. Ralph Ruthless, 7 months ago. Ralph, what was you doing? This been closed since 2021. What was Ralph Ruthless doing over here 7 months ago? We need to find out who the fuck Ralph Ruthless is. Hold on, let me do a little research. Let me do a little digging in Ralph Ruthless. Cash for Goods. He went to Bad Boy Worldwide. So all of this happened. Who the hell is Ralph Ruthless? Let me look this name up and see if there's any connections with Diddy. Hey, we need to let me write this name down. That's a little weird. Ralph Ruthless, in 7 months, he went for Cash for Goods and he went to Bad Boy Worldwide's building in the same month, 7 months ago, which puts us, what is this, May? That's 5, November. What happened in November of 24? Let me write this name down. We might be on to something else, guys. We might be solving a bigger case than what we thought. Excuse me. If you're new to the channel, this is what I do. When I go down a rabbit hole, sometimes I get a little distracted. But it's crazy that this place been shut down since 2021, as far as we've seen on here from Google Maps, at least 2021. But 7 months ago, in November of 2024, Ralph Ruthless went Cash for Goods and then the Bad Boy Worldwide. Was he trying to get rid of something and get some cash for Diddy while Diddy is locked up? Who knows? But we might be on to something. So if this Ralph Ruthless comes up, we need to document this because we're the first ones on it. Oh, that's police work. Well, guess what, nigga? Then we police then. Whatever the hell, Cash for Goods. So I'm going to have to call Cash for Goods, get their phone number and contact them and ask them, hey, about 7 months ago, was there a guy by the name of Ralph Ruthless or an alias that came in there? Was he selling anything? Because I'm trying to track down some missing pieces. Cash for Goods. We do got 2 updates, but I want to see This Cash for Goods, Ralph Ruthless. Okay, so it's next to the Cash for Goods. It looks like they were selling coins in here, pawn shop. Wait. So Nate's Barbershop. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Nate's Zone. It's a barbershop and a pawn shop. All right. So Ralph Ruthless went to a barbershop / pawn shop, but he did a review on the Cash for Goods. Now I'm gonna have to call this number real quick. Nate's Zone. Nate's Zone Barbershop. Pawn shop. The phone number is 718 200 4252. When we go on lunch, I'm gonna give this number a call and I'm gonna ask, do they know a Ralph Ruthless? All right, Nate Zone. You just got some free promo. All right, let's get back to this. But Bad Boy Worldwide was shut down, permanently closed in 2021. Ralph went there. All right. So she went to the 6'4". Can you describe him? Capricorn said he was 5 of me, 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. Did Uncle Polly stay? Intermediately, he came back. What did the heavyset man say? CC is Capricorn. I was there to take a lie detector test. Okay. What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? Capricorn said that they would throw me in the East River. Objection, Your Honor. Can we have a sidebar? And that's what we were talking about on the sidebar. All right. And this her talking about 50 Cent earlier. The money, the jewelry coming up missing. Diddy had a problem with 50. All right, so we went over that. Let's get caught up 4 minutes ago. Hold on real quick. What about bulk cash? She said, yes, I did. All right, so that was the last thing we read on CNN. We got 3 updates. We're going to get all caught up here. We just got a little sidetrack. If you're just tuning in, if anyone knows a guy by the name of Ralph Ruthless, if you know Ralph Ruthless, let me know because I'm about to look up his Instagram. We're going to find out who the hell this guy is. But what about bulk cash? Capricorn said, yes, $100,000 coming back from Europe. Where'd he get it? Club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe. Did you ever see any violence? She said, yes, fighting. Okay, here we go. Was Mr. Combs violent with you? Yes, at Star Island. He told me, you are not to leave this house. Well, if you can't leave the house, that's kidnapping. That's, you know what I'm saying, impeding someone from leaving. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the fuck are you? You can't have a life. Who the hell is Mr. Walker? So that was 2001. Okay, so Pharrell was still around. I was trying to see what songs Diddy had around then. But anyway, all right. Capricorn Clark also said, one time I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no fucking turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Diddy, and he pushed me again and again. What did he say? He said, if you hate it here, then get the fuck out of here. Did you leave your employment? She said, I did. But you returned? Yes, I did, as a global brand director. Why? He was impressed by what I did in the job I did. He was impressed by what I did in the job I left for. A couple of albums. He said, you wouldn't have to work directly for me. So Diddy liked what she did, but he didn't want her to work directly for her so she'll feel more comfortable. Now, if Diddy is getting upset, she was just looking for some turkey bacon. I like turkey bacon. Every now and then I dabble with the pork, but I'd rather eat turkey bacon. It don't get as crispy as pork, but I'd rather eat the turkey bacon. They didn't have no turkey bacon. Diddy said, if you fucking hate it here, then get out of here. But the chef was going off too. The chef said ain't no fucking turkey bacon. If the chef acting a damn fool with you, you got to throw hands with the chef. Now, Diddy acting a fool, you probably don't want to throw hands with him just because he ain't going to hesitate to whoop on a woman. Now, the chef, on the other hand, you got to go toe-to-toe with the chef. She came back. She didn't have to work directly for him. What were you doing for Miss Ventura? Managing her image, maximizing the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had the final approval on everything. In LA, where did you live? A gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. Damn, so they was following Kim Porter around? This nigga Diddy is wild. Where was Ventura? In NYC on the West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Kid Cudi. How'd you learn that? She brought him to my apartment. See? And this is why you don't go, hey, fellas, you don't go hanging out at your girl's friend's house. You don't go over there. You don't know none of them niggas she fucking with. And you don't know what she got up the sleeve, especially if she fucking with Diddy. You already should know to be careful. But so now everybody knows Kid Cudi. You know what I mean? Even Kid Cudi ain't like that. But now Capricorn's calling Kid Cudi directly. You know what I mean? We're going to get into that. But this is why I don't do all that hanging out. I'm not trying to meet none of your friends, I definitely don't want to meet no coworkers. The worst thing you could do with me is introduce me to coworkers. I don't give a fuck about none of your coworkers, nor do I want to hear from them. She brought Kid Cudi to Capricorn's apartment. What did she say? Capricorn said, she texted me they were going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Why? If Mr. Combs learned about Miss Cudi, aka Kid Cudi, I mean, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. So Diddy had access to all of this. And that's why I say, if you ain't paying my phone bill, don't worry about what the fuck is in my phone. I ain't paying your phone bill. I'm never going to go through anybody's phone. I ain't paying the bill. Now, if I'm paying the bill for it and I want to see what's in that damn phone, that's a whole nother situation. That's my phone. I'm paying for that motherfucker. But Diddy had control over everything. So even Capricorn said, delete the text, because if Diddy finds out, but Cassian delete the text. Diddy was paying for the phones, both of their phones. Capricorn Clark. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. When did Diddy return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Caprini. And then December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., there was a banging at my door. What did you see through the peephole? A furious puff. Objection, Your Honor. Ask another question, Miss Steiner. What was his movement? Pacing back and forth with something in his hand. Did you open the door? I did. What was he wearing? A button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott, Diddy. What did he say? We're going to kill this nigga. Where was the gun? It was in his hand. I said, I didn't want to go, Diddy. I don't want to go, Diddy. He said, I don't give a fuck what you want to do. Get dressed. What concerns did you have? He never came to my house. Did you try to escape? Hell no, I got dressed. Who joined in? Ruben in a black Escalade, executive class. Where was Ruben? He was in the driver's seat. I got into the back seat. right hand side. Mr. Combs was in the neck, in the next side on the left, next to me. Usually he would have sat in front. The gun was in his lap. How long does it take him to drive from your home to get to Kid Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills? Capricorn said, if you push it 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. What did Combs and Ruben do at Cudi's house? They went in. Could you see? Yes, I could. It's getting intense, guys. My heart rate is up. Oh, it's getting scary. It's getting scary. Who the fuck is Scott? Torian, thank you for the $2. Wow, I almost sound like a Boondocks character right now. No. I sound like this is really happening. It's going down. This is what went down at Kid Cudi's house. So this is 11 minutes ago. We're waiting on an update here. We'll go over to CNN and see what they got to say. Combs showed up to Clark's house with a gun and threatened to go kill Cudi. Not kill Cudi, Kid Cudi. One day, December 22nd, 2011. Remember, this is 3 days prior to Christmas. Diddy showed up to Capricorn's home, banging on the door. Hey, let me in there. Who the hell is Scott? When she opened the door, Clark said he was holding the door. He was holding the door with a gun, and he was furious. Combs entered the home. Why didn't you tell me? And asked her about Kid Cudi. He was still holding the gun and told her, get dressed. We're going to kill this nigga. Clark said she was afraid. And this was the first time Combs had ever been to her home in Los Angeles. Clark said Combs was livid, furious, mad at me. I've never seen him with a weapon. I've never seen him making me do something like this, she said. Capricorn is giving more details about what happened after Diddy's incident when they were at the home in December 2011. She said she and Diddy got into the backseat of the car that one of his security guards was driving. There was a gun in Diddy's lap. Now, remember, they also told us when they were going to see Suge, there was 3 guns in Diddy's lap. Not 1, not 2, but 3. But this time, Diddy felt he only needed 1 gun to kill Kid Cudi. They drove to Kid Cudi's house where Combs and the security guard entered the home. Clark said they stayed in the car, and she called Cassie, Combs' former girlfriend, who was dating Kid Cudi at the time, on the burner phone that they got from Best Buy. She testified that she told Cassie that Combs had come to her house with a gun, and then they were going to Kid Cudi's house to kill him. She said they didn't change Ventura's contact name in the phone to the name Stormy, so Diddy wouldn't know she called Cassie. Clark said she could hear someone yelling, "Where? He's in my house!" This is Kid Cudi in the background. Damn it, he's in my house? Who's in my house? Kid Cudi's in your house. He's in your house right now. He's going to kill you. If you ever come back, he'll kill you, you say? In the background, when they were on the phone, and Ventura told her that she was with Kid Cudi. So Capricorn didn't call Kid Cudi. She called Cassie, and Cassie said, they're in your house, kid. Kid said, they're in my house. She said, yeah, they're going to kill you. So Kid Cudi's in the background screaming with his nails painted, probably wearing a dress because this nigga was different. So Kid Cudi's like, who's in my house? Diddy? She said, yeah, Diddy's in the house, and they're going to kill you. Wait a minute. That's a burner phone that Cassie's on. This is not the phone that Diddy was paying for. They had to get one from Best Buy. So now we're getting into the nitty gritty of it. So Kid Cudi didn't get the call. Diddy got Capricorn. Capricorn called Cassie. Cassie screaming to Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi in the back biting his nails like they're at my house. The dog is locked up right now, barking and going crazy in the bathroom. Diddy and them is going through the Chanel bags, taking shit out. Oh, Lord. This is just too much shit. This is too much shit. And Kid Cudi ain't got no gun on him. Kid Cudi wasn't going to go over there and do a damn thing. So he waiting. He low-key stalling. Like, let me not go over there right now because I ain't trying to get my ass whooped. And it's one thing to get your ass whooped, but to get your ass whooped in front of the lady that's giving you some of that, then that's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? I'd be damned if I get my ass because I ain't fighting in front of my old lady. You know, I just have to go out like a chump. But I'd rather go out like a chump and keep my teeth than go out like a real nigga and get pistol whipped or potentially shot. Because I ain't no nigga that's not about nothing unless it's about some shit that I'm into. But Cassie got the call from Capricorn. Capricorn, they in this nigga Cudi house right now, bitch. Get your ass over here. I'm changing your name, bitch, because if Diddy see I called you, oh, Lord, that's my ass. So they changed the number in Capricorn's phone. She changed it to Stormy. Cassie's on the burner phone. We don't know where the phone that Diddy was paying for. Cassie wasn't with Diddy, but still had the phone that Diddy was paying for, but was on the burner phone. And Capricorn Clark was the one that set this shit up, talking about, we gotta, oh man, fuck all that. This is some wild shit. This is wild. All right, let's get back into it. We got some updates. Where did you go? We went to Kid Cudi's house. I tried to convince him not to file a police report. What did you tell him? That Puff came to his house with a gun, damn it. Did you not hear me? Diddy had a gun. What did you tell him? He said, if I tell on him, he'll hurt us all. The Cassie, that's your ass. Kid Cudi, that's your ass. And Capricorn, that's my ass. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. So hold on. Wait a minute. We missed this part. That's 6 minutes ago. That's 2 minutes ago. Okay. So before all of that happened, we drove off and saw the police driving the other way. Oh, so, all right. Diddy got Capricorn, went to Cudi house. Capricorn calls Cassie, changes the name to Stormy in the phone. Cassie is calm on the phone. So Clark said, we drove off and we saw the police driving the other way towards Cudi's house. So Diddy's leaving the crime scene. The police are pulling up to the crime scene. Puff was pulling himself together. Come on, get right, man. Come on, Puff. Come on, come on. So Puff was getting himself together. We stopped at the Key Club. Where the fuck is the Key Club? And he told me to call Cassie. So now she got to call Cassie on the real phone, not the burner. Oh, man, this is a lot of fucking work. Now we got to find where the fuck the Key Club is. But we're going to keep Nate Zone up here and Bad Boy Worldwide. We'll come back to Bad Boy Worldwide. The Key Club, L.A. So as they driving off, Diddy stops at the Key Club. Capricorn, call that bitch Cassie. This is Diddy talking. This is just a reenactment. I don't know what he said. But call that bitch Cassie. Capricorn, she said, okay. Wait. What did he tell you? We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. What did he tell you to tell Cassie? That he had me and wouldn't let me go. So now he's holding Capricorn Clark. This is a witness. This is an eyewitness and a victim because she was a victim of kidnapping at this point. If Diddy is telling her and has a gun, call Cassie and tell Cassie that he got her and won't let her go. If you won't let somebody leave on their own, that's kidnapping. So there's a kidnapping charge right there for everybody talking about, oh, he ain't kidnapped nobody. Well, we just needed more witness to testify about what the fuck's going on. So Capricorn's in the car. Cassie, please. This nigga said he ain't gonna let me go. Please, Cassie. So how did Cassie respond? Capricorn said, Cassie said, okay, come get me. Cassie was calm. Kid Cudi in the back crying, talking about, they at my house. Kid Cudi called the police. So Cassie's calm, talking about, well, tell him to come and get me. So who drove you home? Ruben drove her home. What did Combs tell you? To convince Kid Cudi not to say that it had been him in the house. And I picked up Cassie. Whole time, Diddy's telling Capricorn to tell Cassie and Kid Cudi, well, to tell Kid Cudi, hey, Diddy wasn't in the house. But Capricorn already told Cassie that Diddy was in the house. That's why the police were showing up. So Diddy, his dumb ass don't know that behind his back, Capricorn is already relaying shit and already told him that Diddy was in the house. Diddy's telling her, kidnapping her, talking about, tell Cassie I got you, and tell that nigga Kid Cudi that not to say that I've been in the house if he's gonna talk to the police. This nigga Diddy, bruh. This is good though. This is what we want, the entertainment. And I'm glad that it's a Tuesday. We just got off of a holiday. I'm gonna get back into it. I'm breaking character right now, but this is the entertainment we wanted. Yeah, we know it's their lives. Diddy's fighting for his lives. This is a traumatic event. We watch all kind of based on true story. We watched Pursuit of Happiness. We seen that nigga Will Smith sleeping in the bathroom. We laughed at it. We don't give a shit about the real life story. When it's entertainment, it's entertainment. And Diddy, so now we got somebody corroborating the whole story. So everything we heard last week, Kid Cudi's talking about the phone call, but He's talking about the phone call that him and Capricorn had. Because the way Kid Cudi found out, Capricorn called Cassie on the burner phone, and she told Kid Cudi. But then Capricorn had to call Kid Cudi after calling Cassie to tell her that Diddy kidnapped her, and Cassie said, "Come pick me up." She calls Kid Cudi, "Hey, don't tell the police that Diddy was in the house." So this is why I was saying I don't believe that they're going to throw out the firebombing of the car, because it's like, okay, we got a witness that was kidnapped saying all of this happened. So it may not happen, but there is a motive. All right. So told him not to convince that they was in there. So after that, after she called Kid Cudi to tell him not to say that Diddy had been in the house, they picked up Cassie. And where did they go? We went to Kid Cudi's and tried to convince him not to file a police report. But by that time,
The FBI. Yeah, this the FBI.
they get to the house. So Kid Cudi get back to the house. The police, I don't know where the police is going. They go and pick up Cassie. They go to Kid Cudi's house to tell Kid Cudi not to file a report. Kid Cudi already.
I'm gonna tell.
Yes, my name is Scott. I live in Beverly Hills. Yes. The house with the Ferrari in the front. That would be me, Mr. Day and Night himself. I would like to report a crime. First, I would like to say that my dog was traumatized. I'm talking about someone locked little Pluto in the bathroom. Could you believe it? They locked him in the. They didn't even steal the gifts. They locked the dog, and that's the most. If you have a direct line with PETA, if you could please call PETA and tell them to come over. Oh, we need further investigation. Yes, I'll hold. Cudi, don't call the police. Too late. I'm already on the line with them. They said they're on their way. I'm holding. Cudi, please don't tell them Diddy is there. Diddy? Oh, I'm telling them Diddy did it. So they went over there to try to convince Kid Cudi, hey, don't tell them that Puffy was here. So they tried to convince Cudi that Diddy wasn't there and not to file a police report. What did you tell him? They said, Puff came to my house with a gun. This is Kid Cudi. And what did you tell him? He said, if you tell on him, he'll hurt us all, nigga. So in this moment, while Kid Cudi's on the phone, he already, fuck that, I'm holding. I'm telling the police this nigga was in the crib. He had a gun. So Capricorn's like, nigga, he gonna hurt all of us, nigga. You don't know what go on down the street, nigga. The hills have eyes, nigga. Get off the phone, Cudi. We gonna get beat, nigga. You don't know what the fuck really been going on. Now, Kid Cudi did testify that he seen bruises on Cassie. But now Capricorn is telling this nigga, get off the fucking phone, nigga. I said I'm holding, okay? He came in here with a gun. He gonna hear about this. Oh, he's gonna hear about this. Capricorn just had to slap the hell out of Kid Cudi to get him off that phone. You guys, the service is no longer needed. I apologize for the call and the inconvenience. So Kid Cudi need to hang up that damn phone. So what was Kid Cudi's reaction? Mind blown. Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. The jury, you'll disregard that mind blown answer. Yeah, you can't say what his reaction. You can only tell us what he said. So that's sustained. What happened at the house? So after they left here, they go back to the house. He was kicking Cassie again and again. See, Kid Cudi didn't know about the fuck ups. Nah, Slime, I had to take it off for you so y'all know what Capricorn was going through in the moment. So they go back to the house. And what happens when they get back to the house? Diddy was kicking Cassie again and again. How was Cassie? Capricorn said in the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. Damn, all the way to the street. Where was he kicking her? Her back, her backside, her voice cracks, her back, her backside. Where were you? Shit, I was 5 feet away. So was Ruben. Yeah, Capricorn wasn't going to get in there. What did Diddy say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to fuck you up too. What did Ruben do? Shit, nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother to stop Puff. He's kicking the shit out of her. Capricorn said, I called Uncle Paulie too. I said he taking I said he'd take care of it. But Ruben did nothing. What next? Diddy told me to fuck out too. I left on foot. Could you still see her getting kicked? Until I went around the bend. God damn. So she got kicked from the house to the street. She's telling security to stop. Who the fuck is Ruben? We need to find Ruben, bitch ass. So then Diddy told her to get the fuck out. And Cassie was still getting kicked. And she said she could still see her getting kicked till she went around the bend. If you don't know what the bend is, the corner. You know, spin the bend, you know what I'm saying? The corner. You know, if you don't know what the bend is the corner. You know, you going down, but the bend isn't like a 90-degree corner. You know, it's like a curve kind of like a seat. You know what I'm saying? The bend. So she's walking down the bend, and Cassie's still getting kicked. And Diddy did this all the way to the street. So Paulie came over and he stopped it. Ruben didn't do shit. God damn. And that puts us right here. Clark says she saw Combs repeatedly kick Cassie. Capricorn said that after Diddy allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's home, man, I'm not saying alleged. This shit's up under oath, man. If they got anything to say, I'm just reading what came from here. This ain't me. This ain't my opinion. This is what's coming from the courtroom up under oath. So if I'm wrong, then that means Capricorn got to go to jail because I'm just reading what she said. Diddy allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's home and approached Cassie. No. Diddy allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's home. She approached Cassie, who was still with Cudi. Clark told him, if you tell on him, he's going to hurt us all. Cassie responded by asking, do you really think he will? Hell yeah, that nigga will. Clark and Cassie then went to Cassie said Cassie then went with Clark to Diddy's house, Diddy's rental home in LA. Combs was in a robe and underwear. What up, Kevin? Your channel is based on tearing down Diddy. Hey, when they say something good about Diddy, then I'll read it. But Kevin, until they say something good about that nigga, all I can do is read this. So when you show me an article that's coming from the courtroom that's showing me something good, go ahead and put the link in there, Mr. Kevin. But until then, thanks for the subscribe. Hit that like button and sit on back and listen to what I read. Because if not, get the fuck on out of here. Get the fuck on out of here. My channel is dedicated on tearing down Diddy. Nigga, my channel is based on reactions and reviews of movies, nigga. Shut the fuck up, Kevin, before we get Diddy on your ass, nigga. Clark said she and security guards stood by as Combs repeatedly kicked Cassie. Clark said Combs threatened to hurt her too if she tried to stop him from hurting Cassie. Clark said she left after the security guard told her to leave, and Ventura was still on the ground while Combs continued to kick her. Clark said that she called Cassie's mom, Regina, as she left the property. Please help her. I can't call the police, but you can, Clark recalled telling Cassie's mother. Regina said she would handle it and hung up. All right, so she does. Damn, so Capricorn had everybody's number. So she called the mom, Regina, who was extorted for $20,000. Yeah, man. All right. So that's where we're at now. Yeah, like what you want me to do? Oh, Diddy's a saint. Nigga, we ain't read nothing about Diddy being a saint. Tell Diddy to get his bitch ass on the stand and tell his side of the story so we can uplift him because Kevin loves Diddy so fucking much. You know what I mean? Tearing Diddy down. Nigga, I'm telling you, what did I just fucking say? This is what they saying in court, man. Don't come in here with that bullshit. We trying to have us a nice little day today, all right? We ain't even got the lunch. I ain't got no water. I ain't got no sippy sip. Give me come on, cut me some slack. All right. So Diddy hurt us all. Did law enforcement call you? Capricorn said, the arson investigators. Cudi had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. What did Diddy say to you? He said, I should kill you bitches and I should cut your face. Let me guess, where's Kevin at? Where's Kevin at? Kevin, I know your bitch ass still in here. What did he say right here? What did Diddy say to you? This is under oath. He said, I should kill you bitches. I should cut your face. Is that tearing Diddy down, or is that Diddy acting like a damn dumbass? Where you at, Kevin? Bring your goofy ass back in here and answer. How many times did Combs threaten you? Okay, let me say something positive. Mr. Combs, there you go. Capricorn said, I say 50 times. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. Who is Hard Pierre, the president of Bad Boy Records? I told him Puff kidnapped me. Well, that doesn't sound too good. That doesn't sound uplifting, a kidnapping. Actually, I was watching Making the Band yesterday, DABAND season 1. All right, so that's what we got now. All right. So the jury is shown Ventura's 2011 email detailing Combs' threats. Now, this is one day after the incident. The jury saw an email Cassie sent to Capricorn and her mother on December 23rd under the alias Veronica Bang, referencing the threats from Diddy to Cassie and Kid Cudi. Clark testified she can't remember if she responded to the email or not. What you talking about, Slime? I should react to what? All right. So there was an email the day after from Cassie to the mom, to Regina, and to Capricorn about the threats that Diddy made. This is one day after. This is also after she got kicked to the street. So. All right. Let me see. Well, we're all caught up here. We're gonna need a break after this one. This is wild. I wonder if they could go back and get the call. Well, this is 2011. I'm pretty sure they could. But I wonder if they could go back and get the call logs and we could see like how close the calls were from Capricorn. The first call to Cassie on the burner phone. You know what I mean? That would be good for the prosecution to show that it was a burner phone, and then the actual phone that Diddy was paying for is showing that like the phones, Capricorn, Cassie's, all of it was like paid for up under like a Bad Boy account or something. And then they showed the phone, the outgoing phone calls. That would have been something good to show. But this is 2011. I don't think they don't really need that much. But to me, that'd have been cool, just so we could have a following. You know, so we could track everything. Oh no, we definitely tearing down Diddy. Damn, man, I thought we weren't tearing down Diddy. A dude came out and said he was there, and he gave X and alcohol to underage girls and said Gene Deal was present and knew about it. I don't know if I do any reactions, it'll be on my other channel. I just want to cover, this is a big case, so I do want to do it on both my channels. But we'll see what we can do. I'll take some recommendations, man. You gotta understand, when I get off work, I probably got like 30. Like today, I got off around like 2:30, 2:45. So I was like, man, I got to get home and at least chill. I got to change clothes from work and stuff and give me some time to rest, because I do these lives for about 6 to 7 hours. So like doing anything else after this, man, I'd be tired, man. I go get into bed because I go to work at 7. So I'd be on here I get up at 6 in the morning. So 6 to midnight is what I'm up. And then I got to do it the next day. Well, I'm at least up on the computer till midnight. And then from there, I might be up till 2 or 3 in the morning. But all right. Shout out to my dog Trill. We were watching, I was showing him Bad Boy yesterday. So he's seen who Hard Pierre is. He's seen who Lorianne Gibson is. And they were actually arguing in season 1 about the people not being able to dance, having the dance moves down. But Hard Pierre was the president or vice president. I don't know what he was at this time. But Hard Pierre is also in on a couple of lawsuits with Diddy. Also, he's in on The alleged 17-year-old that they flew from Detroit to New York, he was the one in Detroit, and that he got Diddy on the phone, and they flew to New York, allegedly. That's what that lawsuit is. But Hard Pierre was around Diddy at all times, but you could tell he was a yes man. If you go back and watch any of the Making the Bands, he was always, you can't be talking about Diddy's talking. Man, shut your whole ass up, nigga. Fucking sidekick ass nigga. All right. What did Hard Pierre tell you? Capricorn, he said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on. Had you put in? Yes, to Hard Pierre. Did you lose benefits? All of them. Health, 401k, my house, and my car. See, that's the thing about Diddy. Everything that you have, you get a salary, but everything is up under him, the house and the car. But I don't get that, man. If you making 65 and he's paying like, all right, I'm gonna finish this. What did Diddy say? That I would never work again, that he would make me kill myself. Oh, well, Lord. Did you get a job offer? I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job. Did you settle with Diddy? In October 2012 for objection, Your Honor. Can I approach? Oh, so she did settle in 2012. I wonder how much she settled for. During the sidebar, here's a court order, Capricorn Clark, courtesy of Inner City Press, from artist Elizabeth Williams. They're back. I don't know why they have back. Maybe that's some court slang. Aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Combs? No. Did you go back to work for him? In 2016, no one else will hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. Yeah, I don't know if you see what the defense did. This is Mark that Mark did the objection. He didn't want no one to know what the settlement was for. You know what I mean? Now you can say that there was a settlement for X amount of money, but you can't talk about what the settlement was for. But you're in a courtroom, and when you get put up under oath, there ain't no NDAs. So that's why they object to it. And they're probably like, that doesn't have anything to do with this case. So she probably got like a meal, maybe 2 meal off of Diddy. But Mark didn't want no one to hear that how much she got and why. Because it's probably in that lawsuit, it probably has some threats or something of that nature that she submitted to go ahead and win that, to make him settle. You know what I mean? So now, all right. So 50 times threatened. Combs forbid Clark's friendship with Cassie after the 2011 incident. After December 2011, Diddy told Capricorn she couldn't be friends with Cassie. They could only see each other for work. Clark testified that her relationship with Cassie changed after that. She also said that in early 2012, she informed someone in Human Resources and Hard Pierre, the former president of Bad Boy Records, about the kidnapping incident and how Combs wanted to kill Kid Cudi and beat Cassie. Pierre just told her that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. Clark said she was fired in 2012. She was fired in August of 2012. This is 8 months after the bombing of the car. She said she was still being sent work while she was on vacation. And she told an HR employee that Diddy was mad at her because she didn't tell him his girlfriend was cheating on him. She was terminated shortly after and accused of improperly taking vacation. Yeah, all right. So, like Moochie said, this is showing all of the control. So that's why they're bringing up all these witnesses. But it was good to have her give her perspective of what happened at the Kid Cudi incident. What I don't get, though, I understand LA is expensive. She didn't get She didn't get the what was it, the 4 months or 3 months? I think it was 3 months for 80,000 of overtime. But if someone's paying for my house and my car and I'm making $65,000, there's no way I'm not stacking at least 40,000 a year. That's easy money. If I don't have to worry about the car or the house, and all I got is a salary, I got Wi-Fi and what? Groceries? Man, I just don't see me leaving without any money. 65,000 after tax, let's just say 65, let's say about 50, let's just put it at 55. 55, I can put 20 to myself. Yeah, I can save 30 out of 55 and I ain't got to pay for a house or a car. I'm saving easily 30,000. That's too easy to save. They're paying for everything else. Shit, man, you fooling me. You fooling me. What's that, like 2,200 a month or something like that? 22, no, that's 48. 2 would be 48. So it'd be what, like 1,800? 1,800. Oh, that's easy money. Oh, it'd be a little more than 18. $25. Okay, I was right. 22, 2,500. Yeah, 2,500 a month. That's easy money. If you ain't gotta pay rent or no car note, man, that's easy money. I can do 25 now. I don't want to, but I could if necessary. Prosecution needs to bring more witnesses to the stand to reinforce racketeering charge. Legal expert says. I'm assuming that this is probably from earlier. A pattern of threat, a pattern of guns, a pattern of drugs, a pattern of this lawlessness. That will go to show this was a criminal enterprise that was designed to engage in such behavior. Continuous period will be significant. Yeah, this is probably something earlier. They just posting it now. But I mean, we already got all of that. We got another kidnapping charge. We got an extortion charge. We got the breaking and entering. We got the guns. We got the guns at Diddy's house. We got the drugs. We got the drugs when Diddy was arrested. The drugs at the raid. So I think they got more than enough for that. Combs threatened Clark's career after firing. She said after she was terminated, Diddy told her that she would never work again, that he would show me that all these people weren't my friends, that he would make me unalive myself. Clark testified she received a settlement through Combs' attorneys over wrongful termination allegations in the fall of 2012. She didn't disclose the amount on the stand because they object to it. We'll probably take a break before the defense gets up here, because what is this? Was it an hour? Yeah, we might have a break. Court is taking a short break. All right. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. I'm Mo.J. We're at the first break of the day. Capricorn Clark is up here. The defense will begin to cross-examine her after the break. So it'll probably be about a 10-minute break. I'm going to go get me a Truly or something just to get the day started, guys. It's just something to not, I'm nervous right now. People are in here. They're saying that I'm biased toward one side, but I'm just reading what they wrote in the courthouse. If you're just tuning in at the beginning of the live, I always say, if you have a problem with what I'm reading, you can either contact the Southern District of New York, the federal court, and ask them to change up questions that they're asking the witness, or you can contact CNN and ask CNN to reword this, or you can contact Inner City Press. You can just tweet them and ask him, hey, can you write some good stuff about Diddy? Because all I'm doing is reading what's coming out of the court. Now, you can't be mad at me for just reading. I thought a nigga being able to read was a good thing. Back in the day, we weren't allowed to read. But when a nigga get to read, niggas get mad at me and say that I'm tearing down somebody when all I'm reading is they tore themselves down. Now, it's not like I'm saying Diddy went over here with a bazooka and decided to drive a tank into someone's home, and Diddy was selling pounds of weed. Like, I'm not tearing the guy down. The witnesses are tearing the guy down. All I'm doing is reading what the witness says. Sometimes I do put a little bit of spin on it, but That's the entertainment purposes. You know what I'm saying? It says CNN Entertainment. It doesn't say CNN Tell It Like It Is. It says CNN Entertainment. And my name is Modi J, and we here for entertainment. So if you have a problem, get Diddy's goddamn email address, his Pacer account, get his fucking inmate number, and write that nigga and say, Diddy, big ups. But don't come to my channel talking about I'm tearing somebody down when all I'm doing is reading what's on the fucking screen. Now, if you want to make a YouTube channel, invite me over there and you can do what you want to do and up a nigga, then all right. But until then, don't bring that stupid shit over here. We ain't got time for it. I got this goddamn robe on and this wig for a reason. I am the judge. I run this motherfucker the way I want to run this motherfucker, all right? And if you got a problem with what I'm doing, go talk to Diddy about it. Go take your ass to a free call, get some baby oil rubbed on you, get some of that finished product on your nipples, and then go tell Diddy what your problems are. But don't bring that stupid shit around here. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I ain't bringing down nobody. I don't care if the nigga's innocent or guilty. My rent is due on the motherfucking first. I'm going to pay that motherfucking rent. I'm going to continue to do these lives. I'm about to go get me a Truly. Give me some water too, because I know Kendall going to be like, get some water too. So I'm going to give me some water too, and we're going to continue to talk about this. This is day 10, Diddy Daily, nigga. We got goddamn a sketch to draw today. You coming here talking about your channel. Man, you better go look at my other videos, nigga. We just been talking about Diddy for 2 weeks, all right? I was in Rome this weekend, nigga. You think I care about Diddy? No. But let me go get me some water. I'll be right back. We don't know how long the trial is. They said 8 to 10 weeks, but they going through these witnesses. I think we might have a Capricorn will probably be on here for another hour. We'll probably go into lunch from here, and then they might just bring in. They said they got LAPD, they got the fire department, so they might have like 2 more witnesses after this. But it looks like they're going through at least 3 to 5 witnesses a day. So shit. They said they got over 100 witnesses, and this is federal court. So like I said, it's not going to be like what we seen with the YSL trial. This judge ain't going to let that happen. We got to go. But all right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a Truly or some Wawa, and we're going to get back into this thing. Let me see what else we got on Inner City Press. 9:30 to 1:30. Jeez Louise. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, happy days, oh, happy day, oh, happy days when the judge was on the bench, when he was. All right, hey. No tearing down Diddy in the chat, man. No tearing down Diddy in the chat. You see, I always be chilling. When me and Trill were leaving Rome, when we were leaving Rome, we were in group 3. We were in group 3, and we in the back of the line. We chilling. We had to get up early as hell. So in Rome, they got Uber, but it goes through the taxi service. So we had to get up because we had an early as hell plane. And Trill tried to book an Uber. It went over to the taxi service. Took forever. I tried to book an Uber, and the train station was literally, it says it's supposed to be a 15-minute walk. But shit, we had to get up there because we took the train to the airport. Man. So we power walking up there. All the bums are out. And we got our suitcases. Over here, they got all the cobblestones. So we walking in the middle of the street. We power walking too. My rib fucked up. And it's a straight incline. So we trying to power walk to get to this motherfucking train. Because we thought all right, we're going to book the Uber. We're going to get the Uber at, what was it? The train was at 4:50. So we had the Uber. We're going to order the Uber at 4:30. It'll get us there by 4:40. We're going to be good to go. We waiting on the Uber. It just keeps going and going and going. We don't get it. Now we got a power walk. We hitting the street. I'm talking about my damn rib is hurting. We get up there. The bums are laying out. They sleeping in front of the doors and shit. And then this mom and this son, they're like, hey, we got a train to catch. We like, shit, we do too. They're like, do you know how to get in? So we tried to open up the doors. And I'm like, did y'all try up top? They said, oh, we don't know where that is. So I'm like, fuck. I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, shit. It's fucking, it's like the train was supposed to leave at 4:50. I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, damn, it's 4:38, man. We still had a whole way to go. So we power walking. We get in the street. We get upstairs. I'm leaving them. I don't know how close Trill is behind me, but the mom and the son, oh, I'm talking, they had to be like 20 to 30 feet behind us. We power walking. We left the fuck out of them. They would get on the same train as I did. I didn't give a fuck if they made it or not. So we power walk. Woo, 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 woo. We get up to the train station. We get there. We looking for the train. We're like, damn, where the 450? Where the 450? Ain't no 450 in sight. There's a 520. So we get up there. We at the 520. The dude coming out all late. He just now waking up. He going around doing an inspection of the train. Turn the mug on. So then these, I don't know what the hell they were. I guess I don't know what language they were speaking. So me and Trill, we the first ones waiting on the doors to open. This girl come up with this big ass bottle. She got this little this little like water bottle. So she comes up and she's like, no. She say something to Will and she start trying to press the button to get on the door. Will's like, man, what the fuck? Because the door was locked, but you can see the conductor on that mug just walking around. We're like, what the hell is he doing? So they over there, she pulling up. She drunk as shit. Thought this lady had to be, I think she was like a teenager. She was probably like 18 maybe, but she's probably like 4'11". Man, this is day 10 because they didn't do a trial on Friday, so today will be 10. So she drunk, she on there. We get on the train, man. We get up to the airport. Long story short, we waiting in line, and we at the back of the line for group 3. We go around the line, and we getting ready to walk through there because we like all these people can't be in group 3. We get over there, like, oh, they are. So we walk back around the line, and we stand on the side. But when we do, one of the ladies was like, hey. I need to see your passports and your tickets, so your boarding pass. So all right, cool. This white man, I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. This white bitch gonna stand next to me talking about, are you cutting me? I said, what? She said, I'm standing there. I'm pulling out, like me and Trill, we step forward because the lady coming over trying to get our passports and shit. So we go and get our shit. This fucking white lady next to me gonna say, are you cutting us? I said, do what? She said, it looks like you're cutting me. I said, well, cutting you where? Like, she like, oh, it looks like you're trying to get on. I said, are you getting on the plane? She said, yeah. I said, well, get the fuck on the plane then. This motherfucker gonna tell me you're not gonna cut. I'm like, bitch, you gonna get your ass on somewhere, motherfucker. I just had to fight off bums to get up with this motherfucker. This motherfucker talking about you cutting me. And then she gonna storm off. Her dude that was with her, he probably like, he was kind of short, but he looked at me. I'm like, what, nigga? He was like, oh, shit, I ain't that. He basically like, that's between you and her. But I'm like, why everybody gotta fuck with me, man? Why everybody gotta fuck with me? I'm chilling. I'm getting my passport, obeying the law. She talking about we need passport and boarding passes. Everybody pulling out the passport, but boarding pass. So I'm taking my shit. She, are you cutting? I said, do what? She said, it looks like you are. I said, are you getting on the plane? She said, yeah. I said, well, get the fuck on the plane then, man. What the fuck are you talking to me? She talking about she got to check goddamn passport. I should have been a damn hater and told the lady, hey, you ain't checked that bitch's passport. But nah, I let her ass go on somewhere. I'm like, man, you get on it. We at the back of the line. It's you two and us. No, what do you mean are we cutting you? We're giving our passport to the lady. She's standing right in front of you. What do you mean cutting you, man? It's always somebody got to fuck with me, man. I'm just trying to get on the damn plane. And then we was out, we getting on the bus while we was down there. We walking around Rome, we getting on the bus. Hot as a motherfucker outside too. We standing in line. It's probably about 20, 30 of us waiting to get on the bus. When me and Will get up there, we see the two people in the front of the line. We like, you waiting in line? Nice couple. They said, yeah, we are. They spoke English. I said, oh, okay, cool. So they're like, yeah, you just stay right here. So the guy said, all right, I need everybody to come over here. So now we the second in line, second group in line. The bus pull up. The bus don't pull up right in front of us. The bus pull up like halfway down. So the dude talking about, hold the line. Hold the line. So the people in front, we like, yeah, they first up here. You know, we turned into like security. They first up here, we second in this motherfucker. So the line, they get ready to board the bus, and the line turns. Man, I tell you, it was a stampede. Me and Will couldn't fight back, man. Them motherfuckers was crawling through the, it was like goddamn zombies and shit. So me and Will end up being like the fucking 6 or 7 group on there, man. I'm talking about, man, it was some big motherfuckers too, man. Normally I can move them up, but I was like, damn. But we ended up getting on the bus though, and the lady that was sitting across from us, she was outside sweating. So it was her and her husband. I guess it was her husband. I don't know. They were talking about like some shit. But she was sitting there and she was in the sun. I seen her standing in the sun too. She had this all white on. They were cool. But man, she got on the bus, man. I was like, I know she could feel that. You know when you got like sweat on your lip? Like you got like sweat on your lip. So she's sitting there. It's him and her, and then I'm sitting in front of her husband, and then Trill sitting in front of her. So I'm going in my bag. I'm getting my phone. I'm about to start. I'm not my phone. My camera. I'm starting to charge it up, and I look up, and it was the right moment, man. The motherfucking sun came through. The motherfucking sun came through the window, man, and she had. You know, when you've been sweating too much, and she had like beaded up sweat on like a mustache. I looked over, I looked at Trill. I just charged my damn phone up, man. I was my camera, man. They were cool though. And then they got off the bus, and they were power walking too, because we drove like 2 stops after we dropped them off. And them motherfuckers that were on the next stop where we was at, like, damn, them motherfuckers was running. Oh man, God. Rome was a cool trip, man. I ain't gonna put them on the camera. I think I got some footage out the window on my 360, but I ain't gonna pull them up, man. Shit. All right, we're taking a break. Hey, but Rome was dope. I don't have my damn hard drive over here, but yeah, Rome was cool, man. What up, Queen? Rome was real cool, man. I definitely recommend seeing the Coliseum. Shit, man. Wear you some good shoes, man. And one day we probably did about 12 miles of walking, for real. Like it was just nonstop walking. We walked everywhere. And then Saturday we got to hop on, hop off. But even then we ended up walking like 4 to 5 miles. Oh man. Break. No, we ain't got no updates. Cool. Yeah, I did the Coliseum tour. Nah, you ain't wearing no heels out there. Cause when you walk, everything is close to each other. So you got the Roman Forum, which is right across from the Coliseum. We probably stayed about the main train station to the Coliseum. They say it's about a mile. It's about a mile and a half away. And where we stayed at, we walked from our apartment to the Coliseum the first day, and that probably took us about 15, 20 minutes. We walked there. Then the Coliseum is just nothing but walking when you get in there. From the Coliseum, we went right across to the Forum. And when you get into the Forum, you got Palatine Hill, which is straight up. You got to go straight up, and then you go down to the bottom. For there, we went to go eat. And before we ate, we ran into the Trevi Fountain, because you'll walk through like some alleys, and you'll just everywhere you. I personally say walk in Rome, because everywhere you go, you're going to see something. Like every street, there's something on it. Seriously. But yeah, you ain't wearing no heels out there. That cobblestone, you break your damn ankle. Be on the side of the road, and trust me, don't nobody care either. They just walk right on by you. Then you got the Africans asking you every 5 minutes, "Where you from, brother?" You black. You African? Like, no, nigga, I'm from America. America. Where from America? Like, nigga, I'm not about to have a full-blown conversation with you, nigga. No, I don't. Oh, wait, what is that? Is this real? No, it's not. Okay, how much you want for it? You know what I mean? But yeah, they're gonna harass the hell out of you. One fool gonna say I was half black and half white. I said, hey man, you don't get your ass on. Both my parents are black. Nah, man, this nigga Trill. Y'all know I got all my cameras on me. We stopped, and this African gonna come and ask Trill. He talking to Trill, and it ain't nothing to do with me. I walked past this dude already. I stopped. I'm getting out my other camera. This nigga Trill, the African gonna be talking to Trill. He said something to Trill. Trill's like, nah, man. This nigga Trill gonna go on the other side of me, and the African gonna stand next to me and start talking. I'm like, nigga, hey man, if you don't go around me and talk to this dude that you was already talking to, Trill ran off and left that motherfucker next to me. Then we came around the corner when we was coming, we were doubling back, man. It was like 7 or 8 of them. Man, these niggas were doing like push-ups and shit. They were over there laughing and joking. I'm like, man, if y'all don't get the fuck out the way. No, that's true. Like, ask Trill when he get back. Man, Trill ran away from that. Look, man, I'm standing there. I'm looking down in my bag. I'm getting my other camera out, my 360, because we about to walk. And I'm like, oh, shit, we about to pass the fountain. You know what I mean? We about to go past the fountain. Let me get my other camera out before we walk around here. Man, African talking to Trill, talking about, you not happy. And then I look up, the nigga standing next to me and Trill on this. I'm like, man, what the fuck? This nigga talking to me. I'm like, hey, man, you don't get the fuck on, man. Trying to dap me up. You know, you got to watch your wall and this shit over there. You can't trust none of them niggas. But I had a good time, though, man. I'm only telling y'all the bad stuff because that's all y'all want to hear, man. Y'all don't really be caring about the exciting stuff. Exactly, Nadia. He's like, oh, you have white, you have black? Hey, no, nigga, I'm all the way black. I'm just not as black as you, but I'm all the way black. Now, I ain't bring nothing back from Rome this time, man. All I brought back from Rome was, I ain't even buy nothing. I was gonna buy this 3D Coliseum, but that shit, I think it said like 4,000 pieces. I was like, man, I'll never do that puzzle. Was it 4,000? I don't know. But now I ain't bring nothing back. I already been to Rome, so I already got like my keychain, and well, I forgot to get a shot glass for my sister, but yeah, I already been to Rome before. I really just wanted to go to the Coliseum, so going to the Coliseum was good enough for me. All right, Capricorn is back. That was a little free time. During the lunch break, I might go get some of the footage of the. I might go get my hard drive and I'll just play some of the footage while I do the sketches, if I even do a sketch today. But yeah, they actually. No, I wouldn't buy no Italian shoes. Yeah, they got dungeons. They got everything over there. Actually, like, and now my whole algorithm, everything I'm looking at is popping up with like Rome. So there was different alleys that we walked down. Man, you can go in there. There's little like, man, there's literally like a church probably every 10 to 15 feet. It'll be a random door. You go in there. They got all the paintings on the ceiling and everything, like all the murals. Well, I won't call them murals, but they got all the paintings in there. And then where we stopped at, I just seen that when you go through this walkway, because after you go there, we had to go up the street and then you go through this little tunnel. There's a building. If we would have went in there, you can go down 2 floors and you would have been down in the bottom, and it's the old Rome. and it's actually the old Roman street. So everything else is built on top of it, kind of like how Prague was. You know, when you think you're at the when you go in the basement, you're really on the ground floor, and then everything was built on top of it. So that's how Rome is. So a lot of stuff that you see, you know, they had to excavate it to go down there and find it. So a lot of stuff is really 10 to 15 feet below where you're actually walking. It's just over time, you know, dirt and everything and got and they built over it. So yeah, there's a lot of caves and stuff. Well, I won't say caves, but like tunnels and shit like that. But we didn't go in none of them. We just went to see the main things. Yeah, and we didn't do the basement. We didn't do the dungeons of the Coliseum. We just had the regular Coliseum because we had a package deal to go into the Roman Forum and the Palatine Hill. So we had a package deal, but we didn't have the basement. Capricorn is back. Defense attorney Mark is here, and like I said, during the break, I'll get the camera and just show you guys some of the footage. The Daily Diddy, Diddy Day 10. We're on trial, and Capricorn Clark is back on the stand. I'm Modi J. I'm your judge today. This is the Mo You Know. We're not tearing down anybody. We're just reading what's coming out the courtroom. So if you have a problem, please contact the Southern District of New York, contact CNN, contact Inner City Press. But don't tell me what I am and ain't doing, all right? All I'm doing is reading. I learned how to read when I was young. I got a speech impediment. I stutter sometimes, but damn it, I'm doing the best that I can. So be entertained. If not, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. All right, Capricorn Clark is back on the stand. Let's get it. All right, they're back. Judge, Miss Clark, you were still under oath. Mark, we met in April of 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman. Capricorn said yes. You wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right? We discussed it. Yes. You saw Miss Garagos taking notes. Yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? I just thought they were toxic. Tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. It's the Bronx BX. Yeah, and then BK is Brooklyn. I was in the Bronx BX all day, but I hated it. In 2002, I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. In 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. The World Trade Center thing. Come on, man. You can have a little more respect for those people. Then I met Mr. Combs. Mark said, he wasn't doing drugs, right? He did ecstasy in Daddy's house. Mark said, but it got worse. Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. So Diddy was using drugs in 2001. The D, the I, the D, the D, the Y. The song Diddy, written and performed by Diddy, was released in 2001. So that's when this song came out. No, ain't no way this came out in 2001. Diddy lyrics, let me see. What song is this? Because this is Diddy. Here's the D that unless they redropped it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta see when this song was. Man, don't nobody know when this nigga shit was dropping. But anyway, so she met Diddy after 9/11, 2001. Oh, we didn't even look at where the Keys Club is. So this is the club that they met with on Sunset Boulevard. $100 a person. So all of this is just right around each other, and then In and Out Burger. So they didn't go far. I guess. I mean, I ain't never been. I've only been to LA maybe twice in my life. I went for the what was it, the 2004, 2003 All Star game. I didn't go to the All Star game. We couldn't afford that. But I bought a Kobe Bryant. I bought a Kobe Bryant Mitchell and Ness jersey though at Venice Beach from the little basketball store they had there. That was my first Mitchell and Ness jersey. I think it was 2004. Was it 2004? I don't know. We're just waiting on updates now. But now what we're going to do is get the defense. And what they're going to try to do is prove that maybe Cassie was the one that was orchestrating and doing all of this. They're going to try to separate all the drug use from Diddy. We heard that he was using ecstasy in 2001. They're going to try to discredit those threats also. The defense confirms meeting with Clark about a possible return to Combs' team. Defense attorney Mark began by confirming with Capricorn, a former employee of Diddy, that they had met before. Mark and Teeny, and another attorney for Sean Combs, Jonathan Davis, met with Clark, who brought an attorney and a friend with her on April 10th, 2024. So she was trying to get back working with Diddy last year. I guess, I mean, when that money start running out, you got to do what you got to do. You got to swallow that pride and you got to do what you got to do. Because like I keep telling y'all, bills is due on the 1st. So I really don't care what nobody give a damn what they think about me. But it looks like last year she was trying to work back with Diddy. But when that money stopped, you got to figure it out. I've been on, hey, man, I had a couple of temp jobs. I know the feeling. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong about that. You got to get paid. Now, I ain't saying do it in the, you made a G in the day, but you made it in the sleazy way. Mark asked Clark to confirm that she told the lawyers at the meeting that Combs wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. She acknowledged she probably said something like that as they discussed the possibility of her returning to work as his chief of staff. So he was going to come back as the chief of staff. What happened to Karam? She also told the lawyers at the meeting that Cassie wasn't good for Diddy. Well, she's saying whatever she can to get the job back. The attorney who accompanied Clark to the meeting was Brian Friedman, the well-known entertainment lawyer representing Justin Baldoni in the ongoing litigation with Becky Lively or Blake Lively. I don't know, none of them white folk. 3 former Combs assistants have taken a stand so far. Here's what they said. We need someone else to read that. Combs' former employee says their relationship was 1,000% platonic. Capricorn Clark testified that she met Diddy around 2002 through a mutual friend shortly after she moved to New York City. She was in the BX. She said her relationship with Combs was 1,000 platonic. Clark said Combs took ecstasy in the early stages of their friendship and his drug use increased over time. So Diddy was only getting worse and worse, according to her. Let me see where we at, though. All right, we doing decent today. You authorized Mr. Friedman to seek a job for you. Capricorn said, it was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. You know how it go. She didn't say that part. Mark said, but you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of an investigation. She said, shit, I don't remember that. Mark said, read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? Objection, Your Honor. 403. I gotta find out what 403 is. I can't be a judge and not know what objection 403 means. Rule 403, excluding relevant evidence for prejudice. An objection 4.3 is illegal content, specifically in the court proceedings, refers to a challenge to the admissibility of evidence. Okay, so they're saying that there isn't some evidence being provided. You're just saying that they came and got this. This rule allows a judge to exclude evidence that, even if relevant, has a probative value that's substantially outweighed by danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury. Oh, so basically you talking about her having a crush on Diddy. That's going to throw the jury off to make it seem like she was interested in Diddy, but we're not here for that. We here to get the story about what happened. Whatever her personal thing is with Diddy, we not here for her personal relationship or what she thought about Diddy. We hear about the ongoing charges. All right, so objection 403. All right, the prosecution is doing their thing, Judge. Mark, what is your state of mind? I apologize. I'm trying to get the state of mind, Your Honor. Let me see. It's being offered for the truth. We had a stip on this sidebar. All right, so basically just going back and forth. They trying to say, man, her having a crush on Diddy ain't got nothing to do with these charges. Not Danny. That's what they're. This is all a part of the RICO. Everything that they're talking about, all of these witnesses, all of this is in the RICO. So this is what people, when people think RICO, they're just thinking mobster. No, this is. What up, Rick? See, everything that they're talking about falls up under the RICO. Now you got the other 4 charges, the 2 charges, well, the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Then you got the 2 charges of the X trafficking. But up under RICO, that includes financial crimes, crimes against other people, and other offenses. So up under there, you got robbery can fall up under there, extortion can fall up under there, dealing drugs can fall up under there. So that's what this whole thing is, the RICO. Everything that they're talking about, using intimidation falls up under the RICO also. That's why they got everybody talking about being abused. So people are only getting caught up with, they're thinking you got a DV case and then you got a RICO case where it's like they robbing and killing and stuff. But you don't have to rob and kill to catch a RICO. You can get a RICO by doing PPP loans. You can get a RICO by wire fraud. The RICO is just one way to classify that this whole criminal enterprise, which is the racketeering influence corrupt organization. It's just a corrupt organization. As long as there's multiple crimes committed up under Bad Boy. Remember, Bad Boy paid for hotels. Bad Boy paid for flights. You see what I'm saying? People went and bought drugs, and then Bad Boy reimbursed them. They would buy it with their own money. So Bad Boy is the organization that Diddy runs. So everything that he's doing is falling up under RICO. That's why they're bringing up all of this. And if they can get that Kid Cudi arson up under there, arson is a crime. That goes up under the RICO. That's just another count that falls up under the RICO. So all of this is personal, but it's building the whole case. So that's why they keep bringing up all these witnesses that witnessed that. You got all of the personal assistants. They were there. What did you witness? Oh, we got a pattern of drugs. This personal assistant said drugs. This personal assistant said drugs. This personal assistant said drugs. Cassie said drugs. So now we got 5 different people saying drugs. So, okay, now we know that drugs is a thing. When Diddy got arrested, there was drugs on him. Now they could say that was somebody else, but there was meth, cocaine, MDMA found at the Miami house. So drugs, we got that for the RICO. Now, was he giving it to other people? Because now you can have drugs for the intent to distribute, for distribution. Then you got trafficking drugs. So everything is falling up under RICO. And that's the reason they put these up under the RICO, because all we got to do is prove 2 crimes and we can show that there's a pattern of it. The RICO is set. And then if you got the X trafficking, Ex-trafficking falls up under RICO too. So if they get hit with the RICO ex-trafficking, they're gonna get the 2 counts of the ex-trafficking also. So all the RICO is just to make sure that they get the case. And that's the reason they put out RICOs, is because all of that's gonna fall up. Anything illegal you do, as long as Bad Boy paid for something or paid somebody to do something, that falls up under RICO. So that's why we're hearing a lot of personal stuff, but there's also crimes being committed. What do they say? Oh, Diddy had 2 guns at the house. Were they put together? No, but there were still 2 guns in there with the serial number scratched off. That's a federal offense. So now you got guns. Don't matter if you registered or not. If the serial number scratched off, that's an offense. Then you had the 45. Now we're hearing that Diddy rode around with a gun to Kid Cudi's house. We heard that Diddy had 3 guns when he went to Suge. So the intent to go there was harm with a gun. So that's what the RICO is from. So everything that they're talking about falls up under RICO. Yeah, the extortion is the wire. You got wire fraud and extortion with telling Cassie's mom to send money over 20,000, which I'm sure they got the wire records for that. So you got the extortion that comes with intimidation. Whooping on Cassie in the video, you might not get the DV because DV is a misdemeanor, but you still got the intimidation, coercion. So all of that falls up under RICO. And that's why they put this out here, because it's just so easy. Well, I won't say it's easy, but everything, look, drug trafficking, gambling, kidnapping. What did she say? Diddy held her. She wouldn't leave until Cassie got there. That's kidnapping. You got bribery. What did they tell the security guard at the hotel? Here's some money. And that's why the defense was saying, are you sure he wasn't saying that's to pay for it? So you got the bribery, you got the extortion, you got the arson. So all of these charges fall up under it. You got the breaking into the house. You got that could fall up under theft. Well, they said nothing was stolen, but interfering with commerce. Then you got the interstate commerce. You're flying prostitutes across the state line. That goes into the interstate commerce. All of this just falls up under any violent crimes, fraud. You see what I'm saying? Any crime you do, and it furthers Bad Boy Records or Bad Boy Records is involved in it, RICO. So that's what this is. And the reason Diddy's the only one on trial is because all the people that were involved, they turned witness. They may have been willing participant. Cassie may have been with the freak offs. She may have been with the prostitutes. She may have liked the escorts. But people got to understand it's still illegal to pay somebody to do that. That's what Diddy's charged for. You see what I'm saying? But that's what they're going through all this personal stuff for. And again, I don't care if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I'm just saying, according to the law, this is what's going on here. You know what I mean? Because even if you go back, the RICO, I think we got an update. But if you remember, when the RICO happened, I forgot who was it. Which mobster was it? He didn't get arrested for none of the crimes. What did he get in trouble for? Tax evasion. He got arrested for tax evasion. They couldn't get none of the crimes to stick for tax evasion. That's how. Who was it? I forgot what mobster that was. Not New York. It was one of the Midwest mobsters, wasn't it? From Chicago. Was it? Oh, Gotti? Yeah, John Gotti got hit with the tax evasion. So you got all those crimes. If they don't stick, we'll just get you with this. Now, remember, this is a federal case. That means they got access to Diddy's financial records. IRS is with them. The IRS is with the DOJ. So if he put any of this on his taxes, like one of these freak offs, oh, that's illegal. You can't write off no prostitution. You see what I'm saying? Al Capone, yeah, see? And that's what they getting them. That's when they start dropping this. They're going to find, this is the feds, man. This ain't the state. All right. You authorized to seek a job. They still got that sidebar. I don't know if they called back up or anything. We had to stop on this. We all learned something. I was doing a little bit of reading. You know what I mean? I doing a little reading. I don't know all this off the top of the dome. And you know, I'm quick to pull something up. We'll figure it out. We just found what objection 403 is. I see you guys talking about the arson. Remember they said there was some DNA and it was a female. At first we were thinking, what if it was Cassie? What if it was Capricorn? Diddy told her to go do it. Ooh. That right there would be a plot twist if we find out that Capricorn was actually the one that did the arson, and she tells the defense, Diddy made me do it. Ooh. What is the percent of Diddy walking? Man, honestly, I probably got Diddy at like a 15% of walking. Again, it's still on the defense to drop the ball. They're back. Man, that was a long one. You call him Choke for chocolate. I did. You started with Def Jam, Run DMC. I don't go back there. Hey, this nigga said you started with Def Jam, Run DMC. Hey, Mark, Run DMC was like the fucking 70s, like the 80s, bro. He said you started with Def Jam, Run DMC, my Adidas. She like, I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z, you know what I mean? H to the Izzo, before he was Hova, when he was just Jigga Man. So how did you come to work for, let's say, Mr. Combs? Clark texts Combs in 2021, admitting past crush, doesn't recall details or his response. Oh, okay. She texts Diddy in June of 2021. Did you ever know I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? We hung out all the time. I played it super cool. She said, I don't think you knew. Yeah, because Diddy like boys. I just knew for sure that you like to have me around. Clark testified. She doesn't remember saying this to Combs, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. It's unclear how Combs responded to the text. Damn, they got Diddy fucked up in this sketch here. Looking at Kid Cudi. All right, here we go. So they want to know, how did she get in touch with Diddy? She said, I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. Why she keep saying the World Trade Center thing, man? It's a tragic event. I was walking to school when it happened. He said, you'd work for me? I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway in Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. Mark said, he had a major part. He was a star. Capricorn said, then I shadowed him on Vote or Die campaign, which was stupid. My job was to get the t-shirts on celebrities and into photo shoots. I'd call them and say, Puff want them to take some. And they came. They did. All right. I remember that Vote or Die shit. But was that in 2001? 8, 4? I mean, that wasn't no election year. Oh, she didn't work there till she knew Diddy in 2001. 2002 is when she met him. And then she ended up working like 2004, I want to say. That's when the Vote or Die campaign came out. Or was that for Obama in 08? 08 to 12, 12 to 16. 16 was 16 to 20 was Trump. Yeah, so it had to be, I think it was the 04, 08. Yeah, 2004, Citizen Change. Backed by P. Diddy, Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, and 50 Cent. Now, this is on Wikipedia. We definitely can't use them as a credible source, but that's where it is. All right, so Capricorn. Let's see what Capricorn Clark looked like in 2004-ish. We'll just do 2008. Back to Inner City Press, guys. Yep. Back to Inner City Press. All right. How long before the jury missing thing? So Mark is just jumping around. Let's see what Mark's going to do. It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw an all-white party. Ain't nothing like a Diddy party. It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw an all-white party at his home in the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. When did the jewels happen to come up missing? After July 4th. Diddy. $2004. No, wasn't J-Lo wasn't around. Was it this one? We got to find out who was at the 2004 all-white party. Who may have stolen the jewels? Who may have stolen the jewels at the all-white party? Interesting. We're going to do a little bit of digging in that. Well, they said the jewels came up after July 4th. They came up missing after the 4th. Here we go. July 4th weekend, 2004. Enrique Correa.
But this Independence Day, hip hop was in the house.
Hip hop was in the house, guys. Hip hop was in the house, and don't you forget it.
And the message to the young people was vote or die.
Shit, I'd rather die.
BET's Enrique Correa was there and has more.
Then they had the PlayStation 2 down? All right. Oh, that's Shania Lathan? Oh, not my baby. That's Tyson right there. Oh, my baby. I know she ain't still. If anybody was there that stole the jewels, it wasn't Shania. Man, Shania Lathan played for LA. By 2004, she was playing for LA in basketball. She wouldn't have stole no jewels. Damn, my girl was there. They had the S. Carters in the building.
This holiday weekend, the Hamptons was the place to be. The 4th of July was celebrated hip-hop style, where some of the biggest names in the game
Nigga, Hova was there.
took Independence Day to a whole new level.
Oh, man, I had a PlayStation 2. Don't tell me PlayStation 2 sponsored the freak-offs. Oh, that's why PlayStation 2 is so tight. Whoa, pause.
At the PlayStation 2 estate.
I mean, it's just a beautiful scene. You know how big it is, baby. It's a beautiful thing. It's
LL was there.
huge.
The holiday weekend kicked off with heiress Paris Hilton launching her new record label and album, Paris is Burning. Then the party heat went way up at Jay-Z's party for his new S. Carter tennis shoe.
Damn, everybody had a party. Jay-Z had a party. Paris Hilton had a party, but wasn't nothing like a Diddy party.
You're wearing them right now.
And they look smooth. I mean, they not even forced to anything. That's not forced. That's just, it just happens like that, right?
Them shoes are trash, Jay-Z, but you made some money.
And for the 6th year, P. Diddy held his annual white party. By now, the social event.
Oh, not the Queen. Not the Queen was there.
And for the 6th year, P. Diddy held his annual white party. By
Oh, the Queen was there. The Queen was there. The jewels came up missing. Who stole the jewels? We ain't got no updates. All right, let's get back to it.
now, the social event of the summer in the Hamptons. But this time, it wasn't just a party. There was a message, too.
If you ain't never been to no freak off, you ain't never been to a Diddy party.
Vote or die in 2004, y'all. Vote or die.
Oh, the Reverend's up there too?
Diddy announced his Citizen Change campaign, which he and Russell Simmons hope will get young people.
The two wrong niggas you want campaigning for you, Russell Simmons and P. Diddy. If only we knew what we knew now. These were the two worst niggas you could have hosting an event or being the motherfucker sponsoring some shit. Russ ain't been back to America in years, and Diddy on trial going down. The two worst niggas that you could have. Damn, man, this is just crazy looking back on time.
To the polls.
This initiative.
Look at this nigga. He ain't been back to America since. That nigga voted to leave.
That he's going to take on, is going to actually help to pick the president. And I think that young people love and respect and trust Puffy, certainly more than they do George Bush.
George Bush was an all right president, I think. Well, I was a kid, so I don't really know what his policies were.
Or even John Kerry, for that matter.
We are going to motivate, we're going to educate, and we're going to empower the 35 million young people and minorities in America.
The white party.
And then he tried to do that Ciroc case. Y'all only promoting my stuff to the urban. That's the only people you were going after, Diddy. That's the only people you were marketing. Everything you did was only marketed to the urban people. That's the only people you were marketing this poison to. Oh, and also, you guys remember the raid in Miami? I'm just filling in time right here while we're waiting on them to get back up here. You remember they found the eye droplet, but on the inside it was liquid MDMA? It's easy to go around and put an eye droplet in people's drinks. Remember they said they found the eye droplet, but there wasn't an eye droplet in there. It was liquid MDMA in there. He also had meth in the Miami house. So what I'm thinking is, in those eye droplets, whatever drugs that Diddy had, liquid form, dooku dooku, dooku dooku. Remember Cassie said when she first had the pill with him, it was in a Gatorade bottle. She ain't know nothing about it. So I'm thinking the liquid drops. Dooku dooku, dooku dooku. You only need like one or two of them. Boom, boom. It'll get you right. Or it get you fucked up. All right, what updates do we have? All right, the jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Now, Jacob the jeweler went to jail for money laundering. If you guys didn't know that, Jacob the jeweler went to jail for money laundering. All right. So the jewels were on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Who else got the lie detector test? Mike B, his hairstylist. He too had gone to street level 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. You never told HR? No. I got fired for 3 weeks. Okay, how did you get unfired? I went to work at his 35th birthday at the Caprini to do the celebrity list. I came back. 2004 to 2006, not at all. As a personal assistant, nah, that time it was a liaison. I was making $65,000 a year for Combs, did $90 at Jive. Mark said, "Why did you come back to Combs?" Look at this. I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed. I bet he was. And asked me to come back for Sean John for women. Dude, it's crazy how all these people are like linked to the same. So she got some big records for R. Kelly when she was over at Job. That's who R. Kelly was signed with at the time. Then he got his bigger record deal. So she got record deals for, well, she got top records for R. Kelly. Diddy like that. Diddy did have a record with R. Kelly. R. Kelly's locked up for 30. Now he's up here. Russell Simmons had left the country. Jacob the jeweler went to jail for lying to federal investigators about a multi-state drug ring. He pleaded guilty to falsifying records and giving false statements as a part of a deal with the prosecutors. The original money laundering charges against him were dropped. So he had the money laundering, but he pled guilty. They dropped that. They gave him 30 months in prison for falsifying the records. But what he was doing was the drug money that was coming in, they would buy the jewelry. So how this works, how you do the money laundering, how you make the money off of this. All right. Say you got Jacob the jeweler. You got $100,000 dirty money. You got the dirty money, $100,000. Jacob the jeweler got jewelry. What Jacob the jeweler does is he sells you jewelry for, let's say, 20,000. We'll do 50 to make it easy numbers to follow up. So you got $100,000 dirty. What he would do was sell you something for 50,000 that's worth 50,000, but mark it up to $100,000. So now when that 100,000 comes, you got 50,000 in jewelry, but now you got 100,000 in clean money that Jacob the jeweler now has, that $50,000. Now he can eventually give that to you, and he might not put that on the books. But when you look at the books, it'll say, "Nah, we sold this watch for $100,000." Now you got clean jewelry and you got a clean 50,000. Now it wouldn't have been 50,000; it would have been more. It would have been less on how much the jewelry costs, so they can get more of a profit back. So what he was doing was all the drug money that was coming in, he would sell them jewelry and mark it off. So now it's clean money. You see what I'm saying? So that's what he ended up getting in trouble for. And some of this had to do, like, I think was Big Meech involved with Jacob the jeweler. I forgot who was all involved with Jacob the jeweler. But that's a whole nother story. But I remember the Jacob the jeweler thing when that happened, because I was like, damn, was he, when I'm hearing about it, I'm thinking he went to jail for the drugs. But nah, he was just, the drug dealers were bringing the money to him. He was marking up the jewelry. And that's why, like, jewelry is one of all the little, like the documentaries I watch, like with the jewelry, the diamonds and shit. That's the easiest way to clean money, because you can really put your own price on whatever you want to. You got like the market going rate, but you can put diamonds in it. So whenever you hear rappers say, "Oh, this is like $200,000," the jeweler got over on them. It's probably really worth, like, if they say 200,000, it's probably worth like 80,000. They appraise it for that. So if it does come up missing or anything, they can go ahead and get the insurance for it. But none of that jewelry really costs that much. Court is taking a break for lunch. Damn, that was all we got. It was just. All right, let me finish this up, and I'm gonna go get the hard drive. I think he was a really good employee for him. Wait, who is she talking about? Oh, Jacob the jeweler. I got fired 3 weeks. As personal, I was a liaison. All right. I think I was really a good employee for him. He told you were awesome. He didn't use that word. You worked hard for him. She said, I did. Others worked hard too. Right. But not as hard as me. Capricorn said, I did learn a lot from Diddy, almost crying. He broke that glass ceiling for us black people in the business world. Do you need a minute? No, it's just complicated. Judge said we'll break. All right, well, we had a stopping point. We really like. All right. I don't even know what to ask. I mean, I don't feel like the defense. Where are they going with this? Have we ever looked up Mark, or who'd we look up? We looked up a different lawyer. Like the defense isn't. It doesn't look like the defense is really defending anything right now. I mean, I guess they're trying to build it up to see what her past history was and how she got with Diddy. Maybe after lunch they'll probably take this next hour, probably grilling her. But right now, it just seems like a friendly back and forth conversation. Oh, that's who Mark is. Yeah, Mark is. Nah, is he the $7 man? He's the one whose husband. I mean, not husband. He's the one whose wife is the actual attorney. And I mean, he's an attorney too. No, this ain't him. Mark is a former Manhattan district attorney. Yeah, this ain't. I don't think this is him. Mark is. No, this isn't Mark. This Mark. This isn't Mark. The other guy. Yeah, man. I'm trying to. Man, listen. If I'm the defense, we jumping off the porch. We kicking straight through the door and we getting straight to what happened. The jury's been dismissed for lunch. Here's what happened in court today. All right. We're on lunch right now. I'm gonna go get my hard drive in a second. Let me finish this damn 2004 video.
He was also helping people to get registered, but if that wasn't enough, the ultra exclusive party also featured the original Declaration of Independence.
Correction, that is not the original Declaration of Independence. The original Declaration of Independence is downstairs in the basement. It does not leave. If anything, it gets covered up and it's locked up down there. This is anything but a replica. This is not the original. There's no way Diddy has the original, especially, and this looks like a bed.
But if that wasn't
what is this, a bed that he got the Declaration on? Like
enough, the ultra.
What is this, a bed? Why is the Declaration on a bed?
Exclusive party also featured the original Declaration of Independence.
Not only did Puffy start Citizen Change, he also has a special announcement that he's keeping very secret, and he'll let us know on July 12th exactly what it is. Until then, we'll have to wait and see. In the Hamptons, I'm Enrique Correa reporting for BET Nightly News.
The Declaration of Independence. My country, 'tis of thee. All right. So there was an issue with the rapper 50 Cent. That's what he told Clark. I guess we're gonna get into. I don't know, man. Excuse me. This is what we here for. We want to see what the defense is gonna do. Clark, she does hold the breaking and entering charge. She does hold the breaking and entering, maybe the arson if she goes a little more in detail with that, but I don't believe that they're gonna really bring that up, just for the simple fact they're trying to disconnect Diddy from that. They said there's the DNA or the fingerprints was from a female. If we get the fire department up here, maybe they can testify for it. But I mean, this is so long ago. We'll see what they got. I mean, as of right now, I mean, we don't really know anything. Again, if you're new, we're looking for a gentleman by the name of Ralph Ruthless. Ralph Ruthless. And if you're in New York City, do you know Nate Zone Barbershop on 69 and 692 Myrtle Ave? Does anyone know Nate Zone Barbershop in New York City? Does anyone know this barbershop / pawn shop? Because this Ralph Ruthless, we got to find out who this guy is. Now I got a couple of websites I can enter his name in, and I'll do that I'll do that offline on my free time. But I want to know who the hell Ralph Ruthless is that went to the same building that the lie detector test was held. And on that same month, he went to this barbershop. And these are the only 2 posts from Ralph. It's in Brooklyn. That's not like weird to you guys? He went to Bad Boy Worldwide, which we know has been closed since at least 2021. And the only entries, he just has random ass Bad Boy Worldwide. No, I got to go down this route. We got to find out who the hell Ralph Ruthless is. He only got 2 ratings. Yeah, I'm gonna log into my main Google account and I'm gonna look this up because I don't have no resources on this one. My main Google account, man, I'm a level 8 when it comes to reviewing. You know what I mean? So I put in that work. I got over 58 million views on my reviews and photos and stuff. So I be putting in that work on Google Maps. So I'm solidified over there. I'm trying to get to level 9. So I'm gonna go into my other one because on my other one I can look at a little more details than just on this account. Nah, we gotta find out why. What else to see? Why did they go to Bad Boy Worldwide that's been closed and Cash for Goods? This is just me thinking out loud. Diddy was hiding something in there. When you go in there, go up to this floor, behind this wall, I got this and this, take it to the pawn shop. Or he probably told him to get some money for it. And then he just took it to the pawn shop. But Ralph was a little nervous and he wanted to have. Ralph was nervous. So whatever he went and got for Diddy, Diddy told him to go get the money for it. He didn't care how, but he told him to be inconspicuous. So Ralph, he wasn't thinking nothing about it. So Ralph went and got a haircut. And he went to the pawn shop because that pawn shop is where he gets a haircut and he was familiar with it. So he was nervous. So he went and did a review of it. This is 7 months ago. So this puts us in November 2024. I need to go back and look. Did anything happen to Diddy in November of 2024? Diddy. 7 months ago was November 2024. 7 months ago, Ralph Ruthless went to Bad Boy Worldwide in Cash for Goods. Third time lucky, Diddy Combs bets on another bid to get out of jail before ex-trafficking trial begins. And this is in November. See? What did Diddy try to put in there? In addition to the $50 million bond, home detention, Miami no security, get out of jail, seeks concerns. He went and got something out that building and he pawned it. Because look, this is at the bottom. So that means this was first. And then he went to the cash goods after. What the fuck would he go to Bad Boy Worldwide if it was been shut down since at least 2021? I'm gonna look that up. All right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna get the hard drive. We're gonna look at some Rome stuff while we on the break. Ralph Ruthless. Ralph and Ralph Cafetero, a character from The Sopranos who was known to frequent attendee at Diddy's parties. So we do have a Ralph and a Diddy. Interesting. My bad, guys. Y'all done got me started. Ralph is spotted in a Diddy article 6 months ago. I was scrolling through an article and Diddy allegedly assaulted a 13-year-old the same night he was seen arguing with. Ralph Macchio at a Diddy party. Let's see what the AI got to say. There appears to be no direct connection between the two. However, social media posts and discussions online make satirical between the two, particularly concerning Diddy legally. But yeah, it's a fictional character. But what the fuck? But they said there was a Ralph that went to Diddy's parties. Oh well. I'll be right back. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. I'm probably give me another Truly and we'll be done for the day. We got a lunch until probably they might go till, let me see. Oh yeah, man. Y'all follow me on Twitter. MOEDOTJ. I'm about to get active over there. With jury and witness out on DNA question, Inspector Jimenez, the government's objection is overruled. All right, so the government's objection is overruled. We asked for a bit longer. We've not been able to eat lunch. We are running ahead of schedule. Our case may be closer to 5 weeks than 6 weeks. Remember, we was already saying this probably ain't gonna last that long. So what the prosecution is saying that they're ahead of schedule. So instead of 8 to 10 weeks, it looks like closer to 5 weeks. So not next week, but the week after is when they're looking like they could be done. So a longer break. All right, so it looks like we about to cut it down in half. 5 weeks. So we got this week, next week, and then the week after. All right, I'll be right back for sure this time. I'll leave this on the screen. We got to find out who the hell Ralph Ruthless is. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll be right back. All right, let me see what we got here. Hopefully it don't tear the computer up, man. You know, I need to get me a new computer, man. This thing is slow as hell. Did he give us a time when we get back? All right, so we only got 2 more weeks of this Diddy trial, man. And then we'll be back for, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how long deliberation is going to take. Let me see, 2. Italy. So this footage right here is actually from 2022, and then I'll show you like the updated stuff from this weekend. She's a very freaky girl. The kind you don't take home to mother. She will never let your spirits down. once you get her off the streets. Remind me later. That's my brother, the photographer. Yeah, so this weekend I'm actually gonna sit down and put this together. But this here is from 2022. But I'm gonna use some of this footage from the outside because I didn't this one I got all the whole outside of the Coliseum. But then this year I didn't really get all of that. But this is during the pandemic, and I didn't want to go in there, so I didn't really get no footage. I mean, yeah, no footage from the inside. Let me mute this because I know the conversation probably ain't. And there was somebody important in Rome this weekend because, man, they had probably about 4 or 5 different convoys with the 2022. Now, all of this is down because they finished this and they put like posters up of the statues that would be there. So let me see. We got 2025, day 1, 360. So here's walking up to the Coliseum. I think, yeah, we had already got the tickets for this one. Yeah, so this is walking up to the Coliseum. We about to go in. You can see they got the posters and everything up there. So they removed everything from the last time I was there. I ain't gonna lie, I was excited, man. I was excited to go in there. Let me see if I'll show y'all what it looks like when you first go up. So this is what it looks like when you first go in there, when you first come up the stairs. Well, you gotta go up the stairs. They got an elevator in there. Man, be careful going up the stairs because they are built for little people feet. So if you wear like a size like an 8 and below, you got it. But those stairs, they small, man. They small as hell when you're going up. And I counted them. I think it was 36 stairs going up to this floor. I gotta go check my notes. But this is what it looks like coming into the Coliseum.
There's no hydraulics, anybody.
So this is the, you know what I'm saying? This is down. We didn't get the tour to go down here. I mean, you could walk, we walked down here, but we didn't get the tour to actually go down in the basement of it. This would be where they kept the animals, where they would keep the animals, where they would keep the prisoners, the slaves, and then all of this, there was dirt on top of it. So this is actually where they would have been fighting and riding the chariots at. And then, of course, you got all of these are stands, but the stands are all gone. I didn't get to go up here though. There were some people up here. I didn't get to go up there though. I ain't make it over there because I ended up doing. So that's that. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So here we go. So when you see me initially, this is where you come in at. This is where we came in at over here. So we had walked all the way around, and then this is like a little lookout point. Yeah, this is a little lookout point here where you can actually get a whole view of the whole thing, like if you were in center. Because right here is where the kings, the emperors, this is where they all sat over here. You can see the marble. They all sat here. Now, of course, they don't have all of the shade and stuff that was up there because the walls fell during World War II. Hitler was bombing over here also. It's been earthquakes have been knocking it down. If you go, I recommend going early in the morning. Our tour was at 10, but if you can get earlier than 10, just because we flew in that night, we got in probably about midnight. We like, man, we ain't trying to do too early of a tour. So our tour was like at 10. But I say if you can get there earlier, it won't be as many people. I mean, if you don't mind that. You think this is crowded? This is probably 3,000. This thing could hold like 60,000 people, 60 to 70,000 people. There, I also have they got from the seats, they got people that were doing like their own little graffiti and stuff from back in the day. Somebody did like a whole. I know they got their ass whooped when security came around and seen them sketching out into the stone. I know they beat the hell out of them. Cause let me see. Do I got a photo of it? I might have it on the other camera. Let me see. I don't know if you can see it on here or not, but let me see. So this is just some of the pillars from the Colosseum fell. So yeah, this is downstairs. All right, so it ain't this one. We got to go upstairs. I'm upgrading the threes. There go my nigga Trill right there, man. You got to watch that dude. So here goes some of the skulls from back in the day that they had. And the damn glare, you can't really see too much of it. Some of the pottery. You know, I got a whole bunch of notes for like the history. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Nah, this is just one that they rebuilt. Damn, I can't find it. Let me see. Is this the basement? I think this one to give you a perspective of how big the Coliseum is. No, this is still upstairs. I thought I had one from downstairs on the ground floor. I may have it on my other camera. All right, so here's the ground floor. This is where the actual fighting would have been. This is where the actual fighting would have been when you come in. So So all of this is up under. This would have been up underground. This railing and everything right here. This would have been the ground floor where they were fighting on the inside of it. Now you remember that lookout point I was telling you about. So these are the workers. This will show you how small they were if they were down in the basement. So this is where all the slaves were, the fighters, the animals, and then they would bring them up. So this is the ground floor. You remember that lookout point? That's right here. This is that lookout point that we were looking at, and then we were up here. When I first came in, that first video I showed you was up here. So we're on the ground floor where the actual fighting would have took place. You can see how big this is, and now you can wonder why. How the hell did they have chariots, right? Like this motherfucker is big as hell. So you just look like that's what it would look like from, saying from space, but yeah, so that's the bottom floor right there. That I don't know, man. To me, that's just I mean, I don't know, man. I just like that, man. I'm glad I got to go in there. This is one of the things that I always wanted to do as a kid. You used to watch it, cartoons and stuff. They used to ride around on the chariots, and they used to have the spikes on the side of their tires. As a kid, I used to always watch like stuff like this. So I thought that was cool. So that's the bottom of there. And then from there, we went to the Roman Forum. We went to the Roman Forum, and we went to the Palatine Hill. Now, Palatine Hill, they had another spot where you got to fight for your damn life too, which was wild. And then this is the outside from the other angle. Well, this is from when we're first going in. So, and then the entrance is over here. Let me see. Yeah, this weekend I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna put this all together this weekend. So this is on the outside. This is the other side. I got on this hill. I got footage on this hill. I think it's the evening time, but I got footage on this hill so you can see through the actual pillars. I don't know what they about to put on the outside of here though. Day one. Wait a minute. I know I have more footage than this. Hold on. Let me see. Where is this at? Here you go, Kendall.
After me, motherfucker!
And here's a Trevi Fountain. Now, this place you definitely want to go in the evening or early in the morning. It was too packed, so we didn't even make it down to the bottom. I just got up to the fence. But this is the fountain here. And this fountain is basically, so all the water in Rome, I won't say all of it, but like 90% of the water you can drink. Now, they bring in all the water through their aqueducts. And their water is real, real clean. Now, this water here, I don't think you can drink it, but this fountain is actually indicating the end of the fresh water. This is the end point. So they wanted to, since they're bringing in all this fresh water, they built this fountain here to show you, like, hey, all the hard work we do to filter our water, this is it. Now, this water here, I don't think you can drink this water. I think this water is filtered to keep it this clear, and they know that people are gonna be touching it. But they do have free water throughout the whole Rome. So while you're walking, you'll see like little spigots of water, and it's cold water. You just fill your bottles up. It's free water. But that's all this is indicating here. That's what they built this for. You know, I'm an expert on when it comes to water and stuff. Now, also over here to the side, like I said, we didn't get close because I mean we stumbled across it. I didn't know it was on the direction of where we were going to eat. But yeah, you want to get here early. They got like the people with the blue on, they blowing the whistle and shit. Like if you touching the water and you ain't supposed to be touching it. But you're supposed to take a coin in your right hand, throw it over your left shoulder, and make a wish. But also, if you go over here, if you're a couple, you see this little spot over here. This right here is for couples. It's two little spigots over there, and you're supposed to both get a drink of water from over here. Put it in the bottle or something. But you're supposed to both drink out of here. And when you drink out of here, they say it's supposed to make sure you guys are gonna be together forever. Well, yeah, that's just a little bit about this fountain of Trevi. Or Trevi. My bad, Trevi. So that's this. Yeah, you need reservations because all of this down here, so you see where they at on the inside of this fence. You'll get the reservations, you'll come through, and then they'll mark you down. Well, they won't mark you down, but you'll go through. I think the line started here. You'll go through, you'll go down there, and then they'll bring you down here, and they'll just be watching you the whole time. But I say get there as early as possible. This is probably about, I'll probably say about 12:30ish, 1 o'clock. Because our tour, we did a 1 hour in the Coliseum, and then we went next door. Nah, this is probably about 1:30. Because the Coliseum was maybe at about an hour. Then we did the Palatine Hill, the Roman Forum, and then we walked over. We walked past this on accident. 'Cause like I said, you're just walking down random alleys, random streets, and it's like, oh shit, there go the fountain. Yeah, this is made out of marble. This is made out of marble. And then I think we got some evening shots. We got the Palatine Hill and like the Roman Forum. Ain't really too much interesting about that, I don't think. Yeah, so they got a fountain over here too. The bottom of it is actually pretty dope. So this over here, you get your ass whooped over here too. You might not make it to the Coliseum. They'll have your ass fighting at top of the hill. Over here, oh yeah. Put your ass to work right here. You might not make it to the Coliseum. So the Coliseum is like right here, like down the hill. But yeah, you might not make it out of Palatine Hill. If they felt like you was fucking up, then the Coliseum closed. Make the motherfuckers fight right here. So you get your ass whooped up here on Palatine Hill, they might just toss you out. But yeah, so this is cool. And then down the hill is the Roman Forum. I want to. Do I have that? It's crazy how all of this stuff is over there, though. But let me see. What time is it? 7:01. All right, so we should be back. So this is walking down into the Roman Forum. Where we were just at was on the top of this hill over here. And then that was on the backside where we just showed you. And then this is walking down into the Roman Forum. So this is actually a tomb here. There's actually bodies inside of it. It's the burial ground. But yeah, on the inside of here, there's bodies in there. And then this is the Roman Forum. Which if you was on my live when we stopped before right there, and that's how we were able to see all of this over here. And that's pretty much it from day one. I mean, day two, I got some crazy shit. But let me see. Let me get an update. Let me see. What time are we back from trial? Will they go until 3 every day now? Hopefully. Court is taking a lunch break. Dismissed to 150. Okay, we got 10 minutes. And then we'll do a recap. And we'll get back to it. That's day one. Day two. What did we see on day two? Oh, day two, we was on the bus. Oh, day two, we went to the Vatican. We seen. So here go to Coliseum at night. This shit look trash. But let me see, because we're on the bus. Pantheon. This is where we started the live at. So we walked from the Pantheon. Well, this is Vatican City here. This is Vatican City. You know what I'm saying? The Pope wouldn't come outside or nothing, but this is Vatican City. The 16 chapels is over on this side. When did we ride by? Shit, it was just. Yeah, and then this is walking up to the Vatican. I'm trying to think because we were on the bus. I know it was before though. So this is the Circus Maximus or whatever it is, just the archaeological site. And then over here is where we were on top of the hill. So it ain't this. I'm trying to show y'all this last part before we get the hell off of here. But like I said, I'm gonna have this video done this weekend. It's probably about 15, 20 minutes. Oh no, this is walking up to the Vatican, so it was before this. See, that's the thing, man. Like I probably got just from this weekend alone 6 to 7 hours. Okay, yeah, here we go. I don't know. To me, it goes the Coliseum and then this building. I forgot how this building is called, man. But I think this building is so dope. And look how crazy this one is, though, man. Like, man, they put their foot in this one. Look at this shit. No, this is like my favorite building. Statue right here. This is where Will ran from. Trill ran from that African right over here on day one. Trill ran for that African because they were doing push-ups on these stairs over here. It was just us and them, and it looked like they were gonna get us too. But shit, I was good. I had on some good running shoes. Left me hanging. But yeah, this building right here is one of my favorite ones. Like, look at that, man. That's fucking crazy as hell. They built this shit by hand. No cranes, no nothing. Just get your ass out there and work. Now, these fountains on the side were built in like 1819. They were built in like 1819 for a general, but the rest of the building was started in like the 1700s. Oh man, it was again. I got tried on the damn bus, so we leaving, and we on the top of the bus, man. And some fucking dude next to me, man. Do I got? Matter of fact, I think I got footage of the motherfucker too, man. This motherfucker had like a little bug crawling on him. This nigga gonna try to slap the shit. This nigga slapped the hell out of him. I'm like, damn, nigga. This is after we ate too, man. Trill tricked me. It was my turn to pay for lunch, right? This nigga Trill ordered a T-bone steak. They brought out a kilogram T-bone steak. But that motherfucker was $90. And I was just talking shit last week. I ain't paying no $90. Man, I paid $90 for a motherfucking steak. That motherfucker was a big ass steak though. But man, I paid $90 goddamn dollars. That shit was €8, 8.85 a goddamn 100 grams. That shit, they said, man, we brought out a kilogram. I'm like, hey, Trill, how much did it say on there? He's like, man, it was $8.50. I'm like, nah. What was the number next to it? Was it 1,000 or 100? He's like, I think it was 1,000. Man, that shit was $8.50 per 100 grams. Nigga, that motherfucking check came out. Just alone, the steak alone was like fucking, what, 85? Yeah, €85. So like 90 something. I was like, this nigga. Of course, it had to be my turn to pay. Because at first, when I went there, I was like, damn, I'm gonna get me a steak. But then I was like, all right, I'm gonna just do, I'm gonna do the pasta because they handmade the pasta and everything. So I was like, I'm gonna do the spaghetti. I do the spaghetti, some of the bread, Give me some drink. You know, I gotta get some drink in my system. The only way I can really hike a long way, I get some drink. So Trill, like, you getting a steak? I was like, nah, I changed my mind. So he got like some pasta shit. And then he's like, yeah, let me get the T-bone. So they bring this mother, they bring out the whole cow. I'm looking like, okay, where's his T-bone at? That motherfucker said, oh, we got the kilogram. I said, the kilogram what? The kilogram T-bone. I like, nigga, take that shit back and give me a half a gram, nigga. He put that big motherfucker down. Boom. Everybody looking at us. I'm like, damn, this is a big ass goddamn steak. That shit was, I promise it had to be bigger than my head. That motherfucking bone was like this goddamn thick. He put that motherfucker down, was cutting that bitch up. Dude, I'm like, man, I'm like, how much did it say it was, Trill? Man, I can't believe he talking about, we get done eating, this nigga talking about, I can't believe they only gave it to us for $850. I'm like, nigga, that ain't $850, man. What did it say on the thing? Like, I think it said 1,000. I'm like, ain't no way they brought this big motherfucking steak out this motherfucker for no motherfucking €8. Hell no, man. Let me find this motherfucker for y'all. It was good as hell, but man, that nigga, boy, I'm just looking like, man, you motherfucker. Nah, it ain't no difference. I think that meal came up. It was really inexpensive when you think about it. The steak was probably about €85. Yeah, the steak was like €85. The drinks, the food, I think I only paid like $130. That ain't bad. I think the day before we paid like maybe $110, $115. So it wasn't really bad, to be honest. And I mean, we split the steak because that motherfucker was, man, wasn't one person eating that steak. What up, DeMarcus? We just talking about this before we get back to this damn Diddy trial. And look how big that motherfucking steak is. He talking about, I can't believe they gave this to us for €8. I'm like, nigga, that mother, look at that big ass bone. There ain't no way that's no motherfucking €8. Hey, Trill sitting across the table talking about, yeah, they said it was like $850. I'm looking like, nigga, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. He eating good too. I can't believe we got that motherfucker for $8. Nigga, I pay for that big ass motherfucking steak, man. He over there like, damn. He talking, and then this nigga, when they were cutting it up, this nigga, he had the filet on his side. At first, I was like, I don't want none, but I was like, damn, that's a big ass steak. He knew he was gonna eat it all, so he ate all the filet. I was like, nah, I'm good, man. You got it, because I didn't want none. But then I'm like, damn, it's kind of good. They put on a little heating plate, cooked it for us. I was like, damn, it's cool. You know, I'm just talking shit. That's my dog. But yeah, it was definitely worth it, man. Was it worth 90? Probably not. But it was good though, man. It was good. Like, look how big that motherfucking steak is, man. Man, that nigga Trill was over there. I can't believe they gave that to us for $8. All right, let's get back to the Diddy trial, man. It's 7:15 on the dot. Hell nah. He didn't go to sleep after that. When we had a walk. After we ate that, that's when we got on the live. Right after that, we walked over to the Pantheon, and then we got the gelato. That nigga Trill kept seeing gelato. I want gelato, man. So we went to we walked to the Pantheon after that. We got the gelato, and then that's when I went live. So from there, that was the end of the trip. Well, the end of day 2 at least. Yeah, so from there we got the gelato. I got some footage in front of the Pantheon, and then I went live with you guys, and we walked from the Pantheon all the way back to the Coliseum, which was like another 15, 20 minutes. Oh shit, man. Day one, we walked. I think we had like 27,000 steps on day one, and then 14 or 15,000 on day two. Like I said, day one we walked almost 12 miles. But it's good because you run into everything, man. If you like take it the taxi and everything, you ain't gonna see nothing. So it's best to just walk everywhere. And you guys seen during the live, everywhere we walk it, it's something. And you seeing something like, damn, what is this? And you just stop and look at it. But all right, back to the Diddy trial, man. We gotta get focused, man. We can't be bringing a black man down. All right, back to the Diddy trial. All fun and games are out the window now. Shit, it worked out perfectly. What was it? Well, Friday night it started raining right when we got back. But prosecutors say that they're ahead of schedule. Prosecutors said that they are so far ahead of schedule, their case is likely to be shaping up to last 5 weeks instead of 6 weeks they originally estimated. The judge did say 8 to 10 initially. But again, let's see what Bruce Rivers had to say.
You know, he had these next week, I'm guessing. That's the whole RICO, that's the whole transportation across state lines. Those are the 3 charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know, federal court goes a lot quicker than state court.
Seeing Bruce Rivers, this is the end of week 1. He was saying probably 3 weeks, but here we are. We definitely knew it wasn't going to be no 8 to 10 weeks. So we got probably next week and the week after they'll be doing closing arguments probably in like 2 weeks. But again, if you want to know what exactly is going on with like how the RICO and everything is going about, Bruce Rivers will explain this, and then we should be entering back into the courtroom. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I will have the Rome vlog put together by this weekend. Yesterday, I ain't gonna lie, man, it was my day off. I didn't do anything. I ain't make no videos, no nothing. I just laid around, man.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of the Sex Act. You know, that's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the 3 charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know, federal court goes a lot quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted like 6 or more months. It was insane how long that lasted. Never would happen in federal court, ever. Federal court would tell you, you got 3 weeks to try this case. See you later. I'm in one right now. I'm in a federal RICO case right now.
All right. Judge is back on the bench. The lawyers are discussing upcoming exhibits before the jury is brought in. The judge did overrule the DNA being excluded that didn't match Diddy. Now, do we believe that Diddy would have been the one to do it anyway? No, but that's good for the defense. Again, I have no dog in this fight. I don't care if he's innocent or guilty. We'll be covering this. I'm the judge. I want to see the defense attack. I want to see the prosecutors attack also. But it's getting ugly out here. So the DNA didn't match Diddy. It came up as a female. The prosecution was trying to say, well, we want to exclude that, but the judge is like, no. For everyone saying that, oh, man, the judge ain't playing fair. The judge is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Other than that, they say it might be a female. The DNA may be in a female. So what female would have done it, though? Has Diddy ever had any hitters around him? Could it have been a Capricorn? Could it have been Cassie? Yeah, he said he was mad. Earlier in the day, Capricorn was talking about he had issues with 50. Let me see. Y'all show some love to my boy Detroit. Detroit Kings is in the building. Make sure you subscribe to the brother's channel. You know what I'm saying? Doing amazing things over there, holding it down for the 313. So everybody put your hands up. Yeah, so here it goes. Clark remembered Combs discussing guns once. Capricorn Clark, the personal assistant of Diddy, said she heard him discuss guns. Combs and then manager got onto an elevator after Combs did an MTV event that also involved rapper 50 Cent. Combs told the elevator companions he had an issue with 50 Cent. After further conversation, Diddy said, "I don't like that. I don't do that. I like guns," Clark testified. Combs' demeanor was very serious. So yeah, he wanted to do something. I don't know what event that was, but it was him and 50. So now people can see why, you know what I'm saying? Now people can see why, like, come on, man. You know when you got an issue with somebody. So now we can see why 50 is trolling Diddy all the time. They had real world issues. You know what I mean? Just like with him and Irv Gotti, they talking about, oh, that's messed up. Man, Irv Gotti was with the people that got 50 shot. So it's like, man, that's going to be forever. It is what it is. 'Twas the night before Christmas and all was calm. Diddy grabbed a gun to try to get 50. Oh, man. So we'll definitely see what 50 got to say about it. You know he's going to say something. The judge is back on the bench. Inner City Press usually gives us the first information. We are back in the room. All right. We good. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. 1 hour ago. So we ain't got no updates. I don't think the jury's in. They're still going over the exhibits. Matter of fact, let me see if 50 got anything. 50 Cent. Say, wait a minute. 50, Puffy got a gun. We still need to find out who Ralph Ruthless is. If anyone knows who Ralph Ruthless is, I'm looking for Ralph Ruthless. Anyone in New York City? Anyone in New York City know this barbershop / pawn shop? Please get in contact with me. If you know this barbershop / pawn shop, get in contact with me because I will be making the call later on this evening. Was permanently closed, but I think the barbershop is still open. If anyone can, September 24th, the barbershop is still open and saying Cash for Goods is closed. Now, the reason we're looking at Ralph Ruthless is because the building, the Bad Boy Worldwide building, the Bad Boy Worldwide building right here where Capricorn Clark was taken into has been closed at least since 2021. But we have a guy by the name of Ralph Ruthless that visited in November of 2024. We know that in November of 2024, Diddy was trying to make his third bid to get out of jail. And Ralph Ruthless went to Bad Boy Worldwide 7 months ago, which has been closed at least since 2021. There's only one review. And then from here, Ralph went to the barbershop / pawn shop. So we need to find out who the hell this Ralph Ruthless guy is and find out what the hell was he doing at Bad Boy Worldwide doing a review. And he only gave it 2 stars. So that's my little investigation there. What up, Candy? If you see other people going down this Ralph Ruthless, no one else is looking up who this Ralph Ruthless guy is, because I'm sure that no one else is going on Google Maps like I do. I need to look. Every time they give us an address, we got to find it. We got to see how close everything was. We found out the Keys Club that Diddy went to was down the street. We found out the restaurant, the diner that they went to go look for Suge at. So we're going to put in the groundwork. 7 minutes ago. Okay, let's see what they got to say. They're back. Below, jury and witnesses in. The state said they proposed to use communication between Mrs. Clark and Miss Ventura. We don't see any non-hearsay purpose. Mark said there are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified on this on direct. So the state is trying to say it's hearsay. They don't find anything non-hearsay. So they're trying to say it is hearsay. The defense is saying, no, hell no. She testifying this on direct. Mark said the direct went more negative than we expected. Their theory is that Miss Ventura was not permitted to be creative, judge, in the future in what you submit overnight. Inner City Press said must be in the docket. In their defense submission over the weekend, the defense argued the album cover was relevant. Right, Mr. Shapiro? Yes. Miss Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. So we, judge said, let's have Miss Clark come back. So who the fuck is Miss Clark? Hold on, let me see. Did Miss Clark testify on Friday when I left or Thursday when I left? I don't have a Miss Clark. Oh, that's Capricorn. Okay, they talking about bring her back. So what photo, what album cover are they talking about? Cassie album cover. They must be talking. Are they talking about this one? Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. She only got one album. So I guess it's this one. I guess this would be considered topless with her arms crossed. Hey, Lily, I froze, like I forgot because we just been calling her Capricorn. I was like, who the hell is Miss Clark? But yeah, it's Capricorn Clark. So they bring her back in. So I guess they're talking about this Lil Wayne album. I don't know many albums from Cassie. We got this one here where she's a little schoolgirl, and then we got the Official Girl, which was trash. All right, we're just waiting for the updates, but they're bringing back Capricorn, and we should be hitting the road. Why would the defense say that this album cover is relevant? Like what would be relevant about this album cover? Unless there's something we don't know. What, she got Diddy's ring on or something? Diddy's like bracelet? What the hell would be? What's relevant about this damn album cover? Inner City Press has been covering the show, dear judge. Oh, that's just them trying to get that shit in the docket. Oh man. Come on, man. We need to get some more testimony. The defense needs to apply some pressure so we can find out what the hell's really going on here. The defense ain't defending nothing. All we know is that Capricorn Clark had a crush on Diddy back in the day. She didn't know if Diddy knew. Hell, everybody in all the ladies in the chat, yeah, some of you he's had crushes on Diddy back in the day. All right, cross-examination continues. Capricorn Clark, former employee. This is part 3. This is the cross. Well, it's going to continue on with part 2, but we had to separate it because we had the lunch break. Cross-examination. The Capricorn Clark resumes. Capricorn Clark, former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, is back on the stand following a lunch break. The jury is returning. Mark Angfalo. Man, I'm terrible with names. But they called him March instead of Mark. So we'll call him Mr. March. Mr. March is continuing cross-examination. Nah, all ladies love Diddy. That's one thing. The ladies love Diddy. Do Puff drop a Sadie's? Yeah, yeah. Do Puff get the ladies? Yeah, yeah. They want to screw us. Who us? Yeah, Papa and Puff. We ain't forget. All right, so we'll listen to this real quick before we get us an update.
May 27th, 2020. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here in front of the other Southern District of New York courthouse. Today, Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. We're halfway through the day, and it's been Capricorn Clark all day on the stand. On direct, she described a number of incidents, including being kidnapped with a gun in the car to Kid Cudi's house, where she called Cassie on the burner phone. She also described in great detail being accused of having stolen jewelry from Jacob the jeweler. I think this was during a white party at the Hamptons. She had the jewels, and then she didn't have the jewels. And for 5 straight days, she was taken to an empty office building on Broadway and given a lie detector test by a guy she said was as big as 2 linebackers, but she didn't know his name. The idea being that if she failed the test, she would be dumped in the East River. This was the quote. Now, when we broke for lunch, she had sort of broken down at the beginning of the cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, the lead attorney for Sean Combs. He's usually a pretty kind of Columbo-like cross-examiner, but he got to her by saying, you had a crush on him, didn't you? And she said, I mean, she called him Chalk, as in chocolate, apparently. But she also said that he was he'd broken the glass ceiling and was quite an entrepreneur. So we'll see how she collects herself. The lunch break is longer than usual. The government has said that their case may be done in 5 weeks rather than 6. There was a sigh of relief among many of the journalists, but we're covering it. We're also covering. We came over here to 40 to cover some other cases. There's a tennis pro tour case.
And we don't give a damn about that. Give us an update, brother. All right. No, I don't think Q from Day 26, I don't think he's getting on here. I don't think they really want to see this nigga get up here and cry every day. I mean, I know he got a story, but we all got stories, but we ain't got time to hear his. Because his story will be against Don. Didn't he come out with a message this weekend talking about Don drugged him or some shit like that? I just don't see me getting drugged without swinging on somebody, man. Logistics, come back. All right, here we go. Now let's bring the jury in. Jury in and all rise. Mark said, when you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. Capricorn said, we parked there earlier in the day. In the park, we ran into Nas. So what was Nas doing in the park? Nas ran into Tupac at the park one time. I don't know if it was that park. Tavern on the Green in New York. Let me write down this bad boy worldwide address just in case. Just in case. You know how y'all like to get. Y'all like to forget things. Bad boy worldwide. All right, so Tavern on the Green. Does anyone know what Tavern on the Green is in New York? So they parked here at Tavern on the Green and they walked through the park. Restore Central Park icon. Get some satellite layers on here so we can understand what we actually looking at. So Tavern on the Green, they parked over here in this parking lot somewhere. I knew Moochie would know. Moochie and Tamika, those are my on the ground, correspondents. If you're from New York City, we need these answers. So Tavern on the Green, let's see what this menu looking like. See what they was eating over there. Okay, raw bar selection, crab meat cocktail, ew. Chilled jumbo scrimp cocktail, East Coast oysters, little neck clams, a tavern burger, a 10-ounce burger, American cheese, salt and vinegar chips. Okay. The chicken Waldorf salad, soup de veau, a jumbo lump crab cake, ew. Grilled thick maple bacon. Nigga, you just bringing out thick maple bacon? Wild mushroom toast. Yeah, I'll pass on this place. This doesn't sound very appeasing. Okay, the Chardonnay. 18 a glass, 72 for the bottles. California, yay, 2021. All right, I'll do a $72 bottle. They got the rosé. We just waiting for updates, guys. We just waiting for updates. But if we can find somewhere in the park that they met Nas, we will definitely follow where they met Nas at so we can get a scope of the situation. All right, we parked there earlier in the day. In the park, we ran into Nas. When you say he held Miss Ventura spin, no, when you say he had Miss Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Lorianne Gibson is the choreographer. Now, her and Diddy, they had a little spat with each other. They got into it. They said it was a little physical. If you go back and watch Making the Band season 1, like I said, I watched the first 4 episodes yesterday just to get a refresher. They got into it because they were supposed to be teaching the dudes how to dance. And Lorianne Gibson said they only been practicing for like 8 hours. And Diddy got mad talking about, well, you want me to judge off of them just being here for 8 hours when they ain't had a whole weekend. I thought they been dancing. She was like, nah, if they can learn it, they can learn it. And Diddy was like, nah, I couldn't learn it in 8 hours. So they got into it. She was like, well, that's not how I do things. He was like, well, it's my show. It's one person running the show. You can get the fuck out of here. She's what I believed in. And then that goofy ass nigga Hard Pierre was like, hey, show some respect to Diddy. She's like, fuck Diddy. I'm leaving out this motherfucker. But eventually later on down the road, they end up getting into a motherfucking fist of cup. So we know Diddy's known to put his hands on women. But that's who Lorianne Gibson is. She was a choreographer, so she did a lot of shit. Michael Bivins was actually in that. And last night I was watching the first 2 episodes of New Edition too. So it's crazy how that all comes full circle. But anyway. All right. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Capricorn said, they misheard me. Mark said, when did you first meet Cassie? I met her with Ryan Leslie. Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Capricorn Clark said, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she thought I was being paid to help. Objection, Your Honor. Re-ask the question. That's sustained. Re-ask, Mark. We don't care what she thought. What was the reasoning behind it? See, when someone thinks something, when you say, how did they think? This is hearsay. You don't know for sure what they were thinking. So Capricorn is saying in 2008, Cassie was sticking around with Diddy. Now, people know that Diddy, he changes girls more than Ho change clothes. So Cassie was sticking around longer than anticipated, which was 2006 to 2008. So it got to the point where Capricorn Clark was thinking, this bitch think I work for her. I work for Diddy. I don't work for you. So she's saying that she didn't like Cassie because Cassie thought that Cassie was getting a big head. She said she thought that Cassie was thinking that she worked for her, not knowing that she worked for Diddy. I don't answer to Cassie, I answer to Diddy. So this is where the little rift came from, because Capricorn Clark, again, you know, people talk about tearing down Diddy. Right now, I'm helping the defense out. Capricorn Clark had a crush on Diddy. You know what I mean? Capricorn Clark had a crush on Diddy. She liked to be around Diddy. So she thought she was going to be able to get closer and closer to Diddy. But Cassie came around, and Cassie was sticking around too long. See, all I'm doing is reading and analyzing. So that's why she didn't get along with it. You know how it is. You know, that little cat family. So Capricorn, she was a little jealous that Cassie was sticking around longer than that. And Cassie was so close to Diddy, it was pretty much whatever Cassie wanted is what Cassie got amongst the staff. But Cassie didn't have the freedom to go and do whatever she wanted. So that's why we got the re-ass situation here. Yeah, so it looked like she was jealous of Cassie because Cassie stuck around longer than she was supposed to. She got more bravado. Who says more bravado? I don't say bravado. Like, nah, you get more recognition than me, more bravado. That comes from the heart. Say bravado. You feel it right here in your chest. Bravado. Bravado. It comes from the heart. So she was a little jelly gel. So again, we're on the defense, so we're looking at this from the lens of the defense. But that's just for the people. They don't be in here long enough to realize. When we're on the prosecution side, we're on the prosecution side. When the defense is up, we're looking at it from their side. So right now, we're exposing that Capricorn Clark was a little bit jealous. Her words, not mine, because of more bravado. More bravado. You hear that rolls off the tongue? So they re-asked the question. Let's see. Mark said, what did you see? Capricorn said, she went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Do you think she was talented? Capricorn said, she had talent and was very beautiful. Mark said, but not talented. Capricorn, here we go. Capricorn said, she was not. I have good taste. Oh, she's getting jealous. Okay, Capricorn, the truth is coming out. Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. No, Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey are gifted. See, that was effortless. Talent, you got to practice on talent. You know what I'm saying? What Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey had was gifted. They didn't need no practice. They would just go and do that thing. Oh, man, y'all done got me. Y'all done got me out my element. Let me hype myself up. Let me hype myself up because y'all forgot to mention it. Let me hype myself up then. Come on, Judge.
You've been waiting so long. I'm here to answer your call.
What?
Make some noise.
Cassie, come on, BT. Come on. Work.
What?
Okay, now this is talent. This is talent. That's pure hate.
Noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? Come on. Work.
What?
All right. Talented to me is Whitney Houston. And I will always love you. Mariah Carey. And when you walk by every night, talking sweet and looking fly, I get kind of hectic inside. And more you do. Okay, that's talent. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Mark said, Did she perform live? Capricorn said a couple times. Not the greatest. Mark said, was she a hard worker? At times. Work that stage, Cassie. Let them motherfucking haters know.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Now that's talent right there. That right there, you can't learn that. That is talent, pure talent. I want to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I want to dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. See, that's a gift. That's a gift from the God. All right. So, Capricorn has a little bit of jealousy, but a little bit of truth. Behind jealousy comes a little bit of truth. You do point out people's flaws when you're jealous or when you're hating. And there's nothing wrong with being a hater. Every single person is a hater. Every single person, according to the new terminology, every single person is a hater. So having an opinion makes you a hater in the modern era. All right, let's see what CNN got. So Cece said she had good taste. I mean, I look like, if we being honest, when I said I see why Diddy shelved her, I mean, I never thought she was like that good of a musical, like, I guess you could say talent or artist. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. All you gotta do is look somewhat decent, and they can make a star out of nothing. Clark testifies the relationship between Cassie changed over time. CC testified that her and Cassie started to develop some issues around 2008. She got a little bit more bravado as being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She went from being more of a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend. So this is just a recap of everything. Defense Mark asked CC if she thought Ventura was very talented. She said, I think she had talent. She testified Cassie's live performances weren't great. When she returned to work for Ventura in 2016, Clark said her drug use was preventing her from opportunities that were there before. All right, so Cassie was 2016 from 2008, 8 years later. That's what drugs will do to you. You know, they say this is your brain on drugs. So 8 years of straight hard drug use and freak off, that'll really do that to you. Like, no jokes. When wasn't she a hard worker? Cece said she preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, Mr. Combs. He supported her, yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. Did she get more helps than others? Young Jock and a group. Yes, Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. So Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I guess they must be talking about Boys in the Hood. Because Jeezy was originally with them, and then he left. So I guess they're talking about that group is Boys in the Hood. She developed French Montana. French Montana started off up under, not up under Gucci Mane, but with Waka Flocka's mother, Deb. Deb Antony. Now, they got a lot of ties too, because Deb has a brother. What's his name? Bimmy? She has a brother named Bimmy who was actually with the Supreme team, who was actually the people, Griff, Supreme, and all of them. So it's weird how like the music industry is, because Deb was the big time. She had Waka Flocka, she had Gucci Man, she had Nicki Minaj up on her, she had French Montana. Then French Montana went and signed with Bad Boy. And then Deb's brother, I think Deb got shot in New York. And then she moved down to Atlanta. And her brother Bimmy stayed up in New York. And he was well connected. And well, I don't know if Bimmy had issues with 50 Cent, but the Supreme team had issues with 50 Cent. And now we got the Diddy situation where we seen that Diddy was into it with 50. Now I don't know if that stems from the Supreme team or anything of that nature, or if Diddy had anything to do with it. But it's just wild how like you hear all these stories and then things come out and it's like, okay, one thing could be connected to another. So everybody's hands, it seems like everybody's hands in New York was into something. Whether it was good or bad, was it criminal? Who knows? But so that's just a little bit of, just a little bit of history for you guys. You know what I mean? If I know anything, I'll tell y'all. Capricorn said, I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like Dave Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. Mark said, what about Official Girl? Super cute video. Boom. So that's where we at. That's what they're talking about right here. They're talking about this. So when we were looking at the album cover, so she's about to testify something about this. They said she got her arms crossed. She's topless. Maybe she had like a black eye or something. Or maybe there's bruises on her body that she's about to testify about. See, Moochie know what I'm talking about. Bimmy wasn't invited to Prince's homecoming celebration. See, there's all kinds of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. We might need I ain't too familiar with like New York, but I read up on a few things. So this is the cover that they're about to be talking about. They said super cute video. There was a video for this. Cassie's in labor, guys. Cassie is in labor. 3 minutes ago. TMZ, Cassie. Cassie is in the hospital in the labor unit. Cassie is trading the courtroom for the hospital and sounds like she may be about to go into labor. Our sources tell us Cassie was rushed to the New York hospital Tuesday, and she is in the labor delivery unit. Another source tells us Cassie may be having complications. Cassie testified in the Diddy criminal trial in Manhattan earlier this month, showing the court 4 straight days, intense testimony. Cassie with her little white babies. Then we got the husband. This is a real man right here. This is a real man, no matter what her past was. So Cassie's in the hospital right now. Capricorn's on the Cassie's in here in the hospital about to give birth, and Capricorn is talking about a super cute video that they did. Crazy. So we're getting it all live, guys. This is better than the movies, guys. This is better than the movies. I'm Modi J. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Combs initially gave Ventura more resources than other Bad Boy artists, ex-employee said. What up, Jackie? Diddy made sure Cassie had access to top-tier industry professionals that create stars. That's how she got with Kid Cudi. including producers, choreographers, stylists. His former employee Capricorn Clark testified under cross-examination. Ventura had more attention and resources than other artists signed with Bad Boy, especially at the beginning of her career between 2007 and 2012. From my point of view, the lion's share of Bad Boy was on Cassie in that first block of time, Clark said, referring to the time period between 2007 and 10. Well, I mean, if I own something and my old lady, the woman that I'm involved with, yeah, she gonna get more attention than all you other goofies. I gotta make sure the money stay in house. We ain't got no update yet. All right, rolling on in, rolling. Make sure you hit that like button. We got 140 people in here. Let me get 100 likes, please. We only need 17 more likes. Hit that like button, and I'm gonna keep you guys updated as the information rolls in. We update it. Cassie continued receiving support from Combs even as focus shifted to new artists. I wonder when did B5 come in. All I do is think of you day and night. New artists like Machine Gun Kelly, French Montana were getting a lot of attention at Bad Boy around 2012. But Capricorn Clark said Diddy's said Cassie seemed to be getting the same amount of attention. CC, that's Capricorn, if you hear me say that, said even though Combs took a step back around 2016-17, she believed Cassie still had the same support. So 2012, the incident happened in 2011. They brought up this album cover here, but they didn't say anything else about it.
I'm tired of trying. Ooh, unofficial girl.
And I'll kiss you on your little pearl. I know you like that, babe.
Whatever this is, I never heard this. I've never heard this. This sounds terrible.
On your little pearl. I know you like that, babe. Yeah, you like that, babe.
I'm gonna be honest. I see why, like, I'm agreeing with 100%. Like, that's Little Wayne rapping. And at one point, Little Wayne was on fire, but then it kind of got like, all right, this nigga just, I see that girl, I beat. Like, all right, it's like, okay, Wayne, we kind of got tired of that shit too, nigga. But putting that bullshit along with
Make some noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT?
no, I see why. Come here, Playboy. We ain't dropping that bullshit. It's Bad Boy. We larger than life. That shit up under life. We ain't dropping that shit. What is that? You and Capricorn Clark did a video for this shit? Nah, Playboy. Nah, Playboy. We ain't dropping that. That ain't it. It's Bad Boy for life, nigga. That's death, all right? This ain't death row over there. We make music that
I know I can make you I know I can make you.
Diddy, we're letting you off, man. You're innocent. You tried your damnedest to get her a hit. It just wasn't there, man. We're going to go ahead and let you off today. We're going to resume trial tomorrow. What is that? Who heard this? Seriously, who heard this song before? Who heard this song? I'm getting the copyright because I already played. I already know they're going to hit me over the head with this one. But who has heard this song? What is this shit?
I know I can make you proud.
That's Lil Wayne rapping. And I said Lil Wayne was on fire. I got a bitch named Trina. She a real dead pleaser. Shorter from a Cuba, still working on a visa. No, her other friend Nita wait to meet her. She don't say dick, but it better me to eat her. That whole crazy man, young wanna meet her. Man, I used to fuck with Wayne, but that shit was trash. That was terrible. I can read your girl. Bring like, hey. Matter of fact, we're calling Dwayne Carter to the stand. What drug were you on when you recorded that? And did Diddy supply it? That shit was terrible. Where's the updates at? He said, is that left eye rapper? Hell no, that was Lil Wayne. All right, here we go. Mark said, King of Hearts. Cece said, it was fresh. Puff liked it. Mark said, Cassie had a green wig on? Yes. Mark said, we moved to admit this witness. There is a ceiling issue. Okay, what is a ceiling issue? You don't remember this email, Mark said? She said, I don't. What up, JT? Nah, there ain't no, that was a whole, nah. That's just trash. I bet ain't none of y'all got this on y'all playlist. Ain't none of y'all streaming this. Y'all talking about Wayne was on fire. Clark said Cassie wasn't forced to dye her hair black. I mean, to dye her hair. So that's what they're talking about. King of Hearts. So now we got to find this King of Hearts so we can see what the hell this is. Cassie, King of Hearts. Oh man, well, not another song. I thought this was just a photo or something. Clark helped create a new look for Ventura to show off at the MTV Video Music Awards that year that required Ventura to dye her hair neon yellow. Defense attorney Mark asked Cece to confirm that Cassie was on board with that look and had a say in the decision. Cece testified that she presented the idea to Cassie, who liked it, before telling Combs about it. The defense attorney explicitly asked Clark to confirm that Cassie wasn't forced against her will to dye her hair, which Clark did. Okay, so MTV 2016 MTV Music Video Awards. Cassie, King of Hearts, I guess. So this is what they talking about here? They pointed out one time. Well, they ain't got no HD photos of this shit. 2016. What the hell was I doing in 2016? Oh, I was over here in 2016. I wasn't watching this shit. I had to go to work in the morning. All right. Cassie wasn't looking too bad. I don't know about that wig, but she wasn't looking too bad. It wasn't too shabby. Okay. Look at Cassie. She been in the gym. I see you with the flat. All right. Look at Cassie. So she wasn't forced this time to wear that hair. But we do have the young jock. I wonder if they're gonna bring that up when she shaved off her hair, because young jock said that Diddy made her cut her hair. We just waiting on some updates here. All right. Here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie. CC said Mario Winans was for the chairman. For Diddy, she said yes. When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011. I picked her up there. Mark said, you believe that after Thanksgiving, Cassie and Kid Cudi were what? Capricorn said, getting to know each other. Why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? I told her you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. So now we're getting into the Kid Cudi. We're getting into the. So wait. Thanksgiving, getting to know each other. December 22nd, 3 days before Christmas, the break-in happens. I like what the defense is doing here. Now, you see see what the defense is doing? That's good. Because what they're making it seem like is Capricorn Clark was the one facilitating all this. They never mentioned Cassie and Diddy being separated at this time. So it feels like, for the jury hearing this, it sounds like Cassie's still with Diddy. Capricorn knew that Cassie was fucking off. So it's making Cassie look like the bad guy. Cassie's fucking off. So she's like, well, look, get you a burner phone. You can't be talking on that phone on the bad boy phone because Diddy's paying for all of that. So the defense never mentioned, all right, when you found out she was messing with Kid Cudi, was she still with Diddy? So right now it still seems like, okay, they were together. But Capricorn knew. So Capricorn was along with the fuck shit. All right, defense. I see what we're doing here, Mark. Don't even bring it up. But there's a lot of stuff you ain't supposed to bring up. And you see how they jumping around? They said in 2012, you were setting up a recording session. Where did you find out that Kid Cudi was with him? Oh, fall 2011? Okay, cool. We'll just go on to that then. So right now, it seems like they still together. The jury, I mean, they heard the other story, but from this perspective, it sounds like her and Diddy were still together because she was wearing the yellow hair, but she wasn't forced to wear the yellow hair. You see what I'm saying? Ah, okay, Mark. I doubted you in the beginning. I like what you're doing here. But we got to see when if they go to the break-in. If I'm the defense, I'll probably steer away from that. Unless he can spin it somehow, because she said he had a gun and they was in the house and she called Cassie. Okay. The defense is on something here. We got action, guys. This is what we call a we got action moment. Clark learned about Ventura and Cudi in late 2011. The former employee testified she first learned about Cassie and the rapper Kid Cudi were going to get to know each other around Thanksgiving of 2011. She said that Kid Cudi came to her apartment to hang out once, sometime after Thanksgiving. That's why I never pull up at their house. You got to pull up at my house so I can have my gun just in case niggas try to rob me. But she said that Kid Cudi came to her apartment to hang out once, sometime after Thanksgiving. Clark said that about a week before the alleged kidnapping, she picked Cassie up from Kid Cudi's home after she spent the night there. So Clark knew everything. You devilish you. Little Cassie. All right. But that's in 2016, though. All right. I like this. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. So you couldn't use that bad boy burner phone. Mark said, "How did you know about burner phones?" She said, "I grew up in LA, nigga. I'm from Compton." Well, she ain't from Compton. In December of 2011, Combs was at an orphanage in Almata, Kakistan. I heard it's in Russia. No, it's in Kakistan. What was Diddy doing at an orphanage? Almata, Google Interactive Map for Almata. What was Diddy doing over here? Yeah, it's in Kakistan. It's not in Russia. It's not even near Russia. The Almighty region. So that's what it's called. My cousin Khaled, the one that does the footage, like all the production, he was over here in Uzbekistan and he went to Kakistan. So what the fuck was Diddy doing over here? Don't nobody care about Diddy at no damn orphanage over here. Let me see. Diddy, 2011. A Kakistan man told how P. Diddy wanted to adopt him in 2011. What the fuck? Raheem Rushanov, now 27 years old, currently rents an apartment in Almata. He works as a bartender in the summer. He shared that he entered the orphanage at the age of 6 when P. Diddy visited. Raheem was 13 years old, and he was tasked with accompanying the guests throughout the facility. He greeted them, gave them a tour of the orphanage, showed them the rooms and the gym. Then there was a concert for about an hour, after which he signed autographs. He constantly held my hand, patted me on the back, and said, "Thank you." For me, it felt like praise. The boy found it difficult to understand the musician's speech as he did not know English. The only thing he knew was translated was the artist's desire to take him from the orphanage. He spoke in English, and I only translated the phrase, "He wants to take me away with him." The topic was discussed for a month, and even I had hoped. I was from an orphanage, and an American star wanted to take me to America. It felt like a dream, but the adoption didn't happen. I was told he wanted to take only me while I had sisters, recalled the former orphanage ref. What the fuck is Diddy doing in Kakistan? Hey, what the fuck is Diddy doing in Kakistan? There was never a case when foreigners expressed a desire to take children from our orphanage. It's hard to hear that people are writing about selling children. They are not commodities. You can request information from the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see the real picture. The former director expressed her outrage. So the former director of the orphanage exclaimed, when asked if P. Diddy actually showed interest in adopting a child during his visit, "Oh, come on. There was no such thing. She is convinced it could have been someone's joke. The Florida director believes that the star's visit to the orphanage may have been necessary to justify the charitable purpose of the trip, as stated in the documents. The rapper brought hats, CDs, and televisions for the children. The institution has long been closed, but notes that the former residents are upset by hints in the media about dark motives behind his visit. The director said it's hard to hear that people are writing about selling children. They are not commodities. She's saying Diddy didn't come over there to do no adopting. What the fuck is Diddy doing in Pakistan? At an orphanage. What is this shit? Oh no, we ain't leaving this alone. The story of P. Diddy visit to Almata in 2011 has once again come to the spotlight following his recent arrest on suspicion of human trafficking. What the fuck? P. Diddy visited Children's Home number 2 December 16th on the country's Independence Day. Well, we here now, guys. We down the rabbit hole. Oh man, we can't okay, it gave us a translation. P. Diddy. So this is December 16th. This is 6 days before the break-in. Damn, this nigga, he ain't playing around. This nigga came back to the States and found out that she was fucking with Scott, and that nigga went straight to the house. Now, flying back, that's already one day. We don't know this nigga's itinerary. P. Diddy visited Children's Home number 2 in Pakistan on December 16th on the country's Independence Day. His visit was unexpected for many, and the purpose of the visit remained unclear. He arrived at the children's home shortly after journalists learned of his arrival. Although P. Diddy did not show much interest in the event, the children were thrilled and excited. It turned out that the artist had come to participate in a private party for the opening of the Donatello Almighty boutique hotel. In his message, he noted that their first stop in Pakistan was to visit the children's home, where the children put on an amazing show for them. What the fuck is this shit? Oh no, hell no. How did Mr. Combs get into your building? Wait, is this in order? So Thanksgiving, I heard it was in Russia. So right after that. How did Diddy get into your building? Capricorn Clark said, I was told the security guard got fired. What was his name? Man, some random security guard. What did he look like? A black guy, younger than 35. What was Mr. Combs doing with the gun? He had it in his hands. He wasn't pointing it at you. She said no. But you told the government he pointed it at you. It says or waved it around. That's more correct. Where did you change in the street clothes? In my closet. Isn't it true you went so Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? No, I went because he said he didn't care if I didn't want to go. Why was it fuck this? Why was Diddy in Pakistan? Pakistan Almighty. Diddy loses control in court after Prince's final recording is what? Hey, hey, any of you people that think I was like tearing Diddy down, please come to the front and explain to me what was Diddy doing in Pakistan at 2 orphanages? Like, what business does he have in Pakistan that it isn't like headlines knowing? Diddy, December 17th, 2011. This is the Donatello Boutique Hotel. Who is this guy? See translation, see whoever this is said, I'm afraid to publish this photo now. This is 14 weeks ago on February 14th. Someone, I need one of them people that say I'm tearing down a black man to explain what the fuck is this black man doing in Pakistan. I need answers today, not tomorrow, today. We've never seen this photo anywhere. What the fuck is Diddy doing in Pakistan? Here's a Facebook post. This is 13 years. Is this from Diddy's official account? What is Diddy doing here? Our first stop in Pakistan was to visit an orphanage. Nonchalant Nick said, I'm proud of you, Diddy. Happy holidays. I love the kids. Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about, giving back. He didn't give anything back to the orphanage. They didn't even know what this nigga was here for. We just heard from the director of the orphanage. She said they don't even know what the fuck Diddy was here for. Gentray Ho said, that's amazing. One day I hope I get to travel and spread my music. Man, ain't nobody listening to your bullshit music, man. It's been 13 years, nigga. Dog, this is some, see? And now y'all wonder why I'm running who the fuck Ralph Ruthless is. Man, who the hell is Ralph Ruthless? That's what I want to know. All right, let's get some more updates. Bro trying to buy kids. Let's call a spade a spade. That's what she said. She said, I don't know what Diddy was there for. She said, these are the only 3 photos we got. The classroom, well, like not the classroom, but all the kids in the orphanage. Diddy with this little that he was holding his hand. All right, here we go. What did you change in the street clothes? She said, in my closet. No, I went because he said he didn't care if I didn't want to go. So this is where we're getting into the kidnapping charge. Mark said, is he a jealous guy? Cece said, he has a bad temper. Mark said, to the Escalade. Did you pass a security guard? She said, I saw him in his little hut. Mark said, Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun on his lap. You made a call? No, not then. She didn't make the call until they got in the house from what she said earlier. Did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? I was really not paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I'm praying that Cudi was not in there. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? Man, this is we're not just gonna gloss over that. Hell no. Ah man, you know what I'm doing, guys? When I get off of here, fuck it. I'm getting on Tisha Tales live tonight, and I'm gonna send Tisha Tales probably about $50. And I'm gonna tell her we need to look into Ralph Ruthless, and we need to do a little more digging into Kakistan. I'm about to tell her to do the research. You know, I'm not about to do all this digging on my own, but yeah, I'm gonna send her 50 and tell her about Ralph Ruthless. And we're gonna talk about this Kakistan and the 3 photos that we found with the only 1 photo on his page, but there's no reasoning behind going there. I'm gonna get Tisha Tales on the job. Yeah, we're gonna figure out what the fuck going on over here. You know, she gonna come up with some shit. All right, here we go. We got some updates on his expense travel. He probably put procurement. Shit, I don't know, man. Clark denies telling Homeland Security agent that guard was what? Clark denies telling Homeland Security agent that guard was with Combs during alleged 2011 kidnapping. Defense attorney Mark suggests that Capricorn Clark, told the agent of Homeland Security investigating that Combs came to her door with a building security guard in the morning of she was kidnapped to go over to Kid Cudi's house. On the stand, Clark repeatedly denied, saying that and maintained that a security guard was not with Combs, testified that Combs demanded a security guard let him into the building that morning, and the guard was fired soon after. All right. So, of course, inner city, he just tweeted it. Boom, 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 boom. So what she's saying happened is Diddy walked past the security, told them to let him up. She didn't see security up there. She seen him in the hut when they came down, and then he ended up getting fired after. So I guess Diddy came back. It was like, fired his mother effer. Clark disputes defense claims she voluntarily accompanied Combs. Mark suggests that CC voluntarily went with Diddy to Kid Cudi's house in December of 2011 after getting back from Kakistan because she didn't want him to do something stupid. Mark suggests that CC told him and attorney Tina this at the meeting with the attorneys in April of 2024. On the stand Tuesday, she maintained that she did not want to go with Combs. I went because he told me he didn't care that I didn't want to go. Mark asked if it was possible that Combs would do something stupid because he's a jealous guy. I wouldn't use the word jealous, Clark said. He's had a very bad temper. Clark testified she's unsure how Combs and security entered Kid Cudi's property. They questioned her about Diddy on how he and the security guards got through the gates surrounding Kid Cudi's property. Clark testified she wasn't sure because their backs were to her and she wasn't paying close attention to what they were doing. I was praying that Kid Cudi wasn't in the house. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? Blah, blah, blah. CC said, Kid Cudi took her to 1 room. She had another. Mark said, you are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun. Yes, I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Who follows 50? Diddy does? So Capricorn says she didn't see how they went through the gate because their backs were to her. She was on the phone making the call. I wonder if Mark is going to get into because the defense hasn't said that they haven't went into the house. They just said, did you see how they got in there? Well, he didn't say they went through. He said, did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? So he never put them in there, but so Capricorn called. Well, of course, we ain't gonna hear from Cassie. Did Kid Cudi? I can't remember if Kid Cudi said he had a gun. I just remember they said that they were in the house. Robbie Lawler is Ralph Ruthless, a UFC fighter in that era. Ralph Ruthless, Robbie Lawler. The search results, Robbie Lawler, Diddy may be a reference to a post-fight reference. Nah, that's Ron McDonald. So we ain't finding. I don't know about if it's Robbie Roller. I don't know, man. I got two things. I gotta. Shit. Trying to maybe work overtime. Damn it. We trying to solve something else. All right. We just said the guy. Okay. I got you, Cassie. I mean, not Cassie. Combs. Mark said, uh-oh. Did you say that Laura London was on the phone with you? Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you, Cassie, and Kid Cudi? What was Lauren London doing? She said, no, only part of the time. Voice cracking. I wanted someone to know where I was. What did you tell her? I'm scared of mountain lions. Now we got Lauren London, who was on the phone. Whack 100 just been talking. I know a lot of people don't believe nothing that Whack say, but he be knowing a little bit of something. But there is a photo of Cassie, Laura London, and Diddy. Now, I'm not going to say anything negative about Lauren London because she ain't got nothing to do with this. But you do come up under the microscope when we start talking about all of this. Because what were you doing in 2011? Yep, now we got to go do a little bit of digging. December of 2011, where the hell was Lauren London? Laura London, 2011. In December of 2011, she was involved in several projects, including the release of Medea's Big Happy Family. May 16th, the singer testified. Lauren London. So it didn't go into detail. So I guess they're just talking about Laura London coming up in this part. Will Lauren London testify? Blah blah blah. Reportedly a longtime friend of Cassie, so she may have just been a friend. Wait, Capricorn Clark is Lauren London's sister, ain't it? Lauren London's sister is Capricorn Clark. God damn, bro. Everybody knows everybody, man. Where these updates at, man? So we got Kakistan. We got to find out who the fuck Ralph Ruthless was. Clark warned Cassie and Kid Cudi that Diddy had a gun and intended to harm them during the 2011 incident. Defense attorney Mark challenged Capricorn Clark's repeatedly as to whether she told Cassie and Kid Cudi that Combs had a gun when she called them from outside Kid Cudi's house. She insisted that she told them about the gun at the time, speaking very quickly so Diddy wouldn't hear her on the phone. I said, Puff came to my house with a gun. We came to Cudi's house to kill him. And then I heard they're in my house. She testified. Cassie had the call on speaker with Kid Cudi so he could hear him, so she could hear him yelled at. See, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Laura London Laura London was very beautiful. You know, she's attractive, so she was going to be a model regardless. But her sister came back and was working with Diddy, and that's how she got the Shine John shit. So they had the speakerphone on. She said, Puff came to my house with a gun. We came to Kid Cudi house to kill him. And then it's on speakerphone. Remember, Cassie was calm. So Kid Cudi's in the back. They're in my house. So Kid Cudi spooked as hell. Diddy and them are in the house, but they haven't denied that they went in the house. Okay, she said she was scared of mountain lions when she was talking to Lauren London. Cece said, I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills. Coyotes, maybe Lauren was on the phone, maybe. It's such a long time ago. Are you aware that Lauren and Combs were friends for years after this? She said, yes. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with Laura London. So they called Cassie, and then they had Lauren London on the phone. So Lauren London would know that she went to Kid Cudi's house, so someone would know where she is. She was scared of mountain lions because she already said that Diddy threatened to offer. Man, this is some wild shit. When they put this together, though, storyline's gonna be crazy. So we're done with this photo here. We still need to know what the hell is going on in Kakistan. 2 hours ago, 41 minutes. Capricorn Clark, the word of the trial. Capricorn, 12 minutes ago. Let me see. In the testimony last week, all right, we already did that. More entitled that she did it come. All right, so they way behind. They like an hour behind. We good on the Washington Post. Let me see what the New York Post got. Janice showed up. All right, look at Janice looking like hot stuff. Arrived at the courthouse through the front doors Tuesday morning. She got back up, shores. Trial, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, man, we just waiting on these last updates because it looks like we got probably about 10 minutes left before the trial is going to be, well, for the day. I think they're stopping at 3 o'clock for the rest of the time, especially if they're ahead of time. But then again, I think it'll probably like next week, we're going to push it to 5 so we can get all the witnesses in. We can speed this up, skip a whole week. That's what I would do. Fuck all that. We ain't going 5 weeks. I'm done with this trial. Seven minutes ago. Yeah, the updates are slowing up. We might be towards the end. All right, guys. So one of my trips, I need to go to Almaty, Pakistan. So I'm putting that on my list. I'm gonna go because I don't think anyone else is gonna go there. So I'm gonna go to Almaty, whatever it is. I'm gonna go to Pakistan and I'm gonna go do my own research. So I'm gonna book the flight to Pakistan. I actually got to see how much those tickets cost to Pakistan. I don't even know what airport I will fly into, but fuck it, I'm gonna go. Pakistan airport. Almaty International. Sky scanner. Let me see. How much are tickets to Pakistan? Let's see. A little cheap little weekend. June 12th to the 14th. It'll be all right, guys. Ain't nothing cracking in Pakistan. We'll be all right. If y'all fly to Miami, I'll be all right flying to Pakistan. As long as Russia don't shoot that motherfucker down. I just want to see how much it'll cost. 1,000? Oh, hell no. Yeah, it ain't that. I ain't trying to figure this out that fast. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to figure it out that bad for $1,000. Probably get a hotel room for like $10 though. Lufthansa flies there direct, 7 hours. $1,000. No, I'm not paying no $1,000. I thought it was gonna be like, well, they got the 24-hour flight for $500. Nah, and that's on the cheap day too. If I had to just go there with just a backpack, I ain't checking no luggage. All right. Shit, I'd go though. My cousin was over in Pakistan. All right, here we go. Oh, that's 1 hour ago. We already know it. Yeah, we're not getting any new updates. Man, what the hell? I'm gonna have to hold on. Let me look on Twitter on my phone. I don't know why my Twitter does that on the computer. Is there any updates on here? Nah, it's the same. Okay. So there should be one update. Let me see. All right, here we go. Well, see, it disappears. I don't know why it does that on the damn computer. $53. Okay, here we go. All right, mountain lions, blah, 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 blah. Mark said, then you see the Porsche coming up the hill. Yes. Kid Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him. Damn, so they went on a high-speed chase? So they seen Kid Cudi pulling up in that Porsche. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to cop the Porsche. He pulling up to the crib. Where Diddy at? Where that nigga Diddy at? Diddy, they say they stopped right next to him. Kid Cudi's in the black Porsche. He stops next to us. Then he speeds off. Diddy in the Escalade. That Porsche is low to the ground. I'm talking about aerodynamic in this motherfucker. That big ass Escalade. That motherfucker. She said it was I think she said it was an executive, but that means that motherfucker top heavy. That motherfucker in the Hollywood Hills, Kid Cudi was getting low. At first, Kid Cudi wanted to fight till he realized that Diddy was in this black Escalade with them Thules on him. So they said, we start to chase Kid Cudi. He said, and then what? She said, he loses us. We turn away. Then we see the police pass. So Diddy, they started chasing Kid Cudi, but the police showed up. Kid Cudi already called the police. Yeah, nigga, I need backup to the crib. So Kid Cudi, he's riding up to the house. He's like, where these niggas at? They broke up my shit? All right, bet. Say that then. So Kid Cudi riding up there with the police telling behind him. Diddy starts to chase Kid Cudi. The police see Diddy. Diddy turns off. Diddy ain't driving. He's in the back passenger seat. So after that, you go to pick up Cassie and go where? She said, shit, back to Kid Cudi's house. ADT was there. So the alarm company was there. Remember when we put in the address and we actually seen the one camera that was facing the front door? So when she went to Kid Cudi's house to go get Cassie, ADT was there. Then you go back to Diddy's house and you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. And also, remember when she testified earlier, when she got back to Diddy's house, Diddy was already in a robe. Remember, she said she got to Diddy's house, Diddy was in a robe, and he was kicking Cassie in the street when they got back. Why did he go and put on a robe? I guess to change his clothes, so if anybody can say they seen the nigga, I mean, that's the obvious thing to do if you commit a crime. But don't keep the clothes. Look, when you go commit a crime, I'm not condoning this, but if you go commit a crime, whatever clothes you wore, you know you need to dispose of those. There's no keeping the shoes, your favorite hoodie, none of that. Ski mask, you need to get rid of all of that. All of that is evidence. Now, destruction of evidence, you might get hit with that charge if they see you throwing it away or they find it somewhere, but you need to get rid of all of that. So Diddy went home, and instead of changing into regular clothes, basketball shorts, a t-shirt, white beater, this nigga put on a robe. Now, I'm not saying he went and got on drugs, but one can only assume. See, this dude right here, the funny John, ADT home security, but the cameras don't work. If he was paying attention, the cameras were turned. Remember? He said when he got home, he noticed that the cameras were turned and they weren't working. Diddy and them were inside the house. They took out they didn't take none of the gifts. They just took out all the gifts. So probably what Diddy was doing, because I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a sucker. So with my feet, I wear size 11. That's real nigga shit. Like when you go up to 12, 10 and a half, 10, that's when you start getting to sucker shit. No disrespect, but I'm just saying. So what I'm doing right now, because I assume that Diddy probably wears like a size 8.5, little foot nigga. Diddy was going through those Christmas gifts. He didn't steal nothing. He was looking for anything that had Cassie's name on it, Cassandra, and he was opening up those gifts. Because remember, he said there was a Chanel bag in one of them. So he was seeing, what is this nigga Kid Cudi buying my girl? That's what Diddy was doing. That's the type of nigga Diddy is. Remember, Cassie said, yeah, you're there for me materialistically, but I need you to be there for me. So Diddy was going through them gifts to see if he bought Cassie anything. He can't get this past me. I need to be a private investigator. So ADT got there. Then they go to Diddy's house, and Diddy is kicking Cassie. What is the defense defending, though? The defense isn't saying Diddy didn't go in the house. The defense isn't saying Diddy didn't have a gun. All he said was, you said Diddy had a gun. She said, yeah. You said Diddy pointed at you. She said, no, I said Diddy waved the gun. So they never denied that Diddy had it. What are they defending? The defense is supposed to say Diddy didn't have a gun when he showed up. How could Diddy point a gun at you if he didn't have one when he showed up? Oh, well, I thought he had a gun. Like, what is the defense? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what the defense is talking about. But are you guys following what I'm saying? They're not saying Diddy didn't kick Cassie in the driveway. They're not saying Diddy didn't go in the house. They just said, did you see how they could get in? And she said, no, I was on the phone. So I don't know. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm bringing a black man down. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So Mark said, you go to pick up Cassie and go where? Cudi's house. ADT was there. Then you go to Mr. Combs' house. You say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. You hung up on the fire. Like, what? Hold on. Come on, CNN. I need them updates, man. We need it. Mark said you hung up on the fire inspector. Cece said, I did. When you were on vacation, it was with who? Rihanna. After you were fired, what job did you get? I was hired by Chris Lighty, RIP to Chris Lighty, to work for 50 Cent. Here you wrote, Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Be well, XX. She said, yes. You wrote on February 28, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time, LOL. You wrote that. She said, yes, sir. Nah, Kid Cudi said none of the gifts were taken. They just opened them all up and put them on the counter. So I don't know. I don't think Diddy would have took the gift unless Cassie like knew one. That would be some fucked up shit. If you buying Cassie a bag, if Kendall like if Diddy did what Kendall's talking about, like Cassie knew she went out with Kid Cudi and was like, oh, I want that bag, and Kid Cudi was gonna get it, and then Diddy just miraculously has it at the house. Like, how did you know I wanted this bag? I don't know. So she got fired and went to work for 50, was on vacation, Rihanna, hung up on the fire. I don't know what the defense is doing. They didn't deny anything. You said you seen Diddy kicking Cassie. You hung up on the fire inspector? Like, you didn't deny that? Like, are you sure you seen Diddy doing this? Or Well, maybe there's something we're missing in between, and CNN got to update us. But they didn't deny that Diddy had a gun. All right, here we go. This will catch us up here. Cassie intended to harm them. All right. Cece said she spoke to someone else besides Cassie outside of Kid Cudi's house. Continuing to testify about the night she called Cassie from outside Kid Cudi's house in 2011, Cece said she called Lauren London for about 30 seconds for her own protection before she called Cassie. Clark was outside the house while Diddy and his security guard were inside, she testified. She was like my sister at the time. And I just wanted somebody to say they weren't real sisters. All right, y'all were right. I was wrong. All right. So she was like my sister at the time. I just wanted somebody to know where I was. Clark choking up. He was in the house, and if he did get killed, I just needed somebody to know where I was in case this all went really bad. After thinking about it on the stand, Clark said it's possible she had Laura London on three-way with Cassie. She testified she can't remember whether she called London separately from Ventura or spoke to them all at once on a conference call. Diddy used Clark's phone to call Cassie before chasing Kid Cudi. So there was a chase. So he grabbed he grabbed Clark's phone to call Kid Cudi, but I didn't know she had Kid Cudi's number. Diddy would periodically come outside the house, but the security guard stayed inside, according to Cece. Cece also testified that on one occasion, Combs checked her phone and then called Cassie from it, asking whose phone number it was. The call was cut off when they heard Kid Cudi's car approaching. When Kid Cudi sped off, Diddy's security guard jumped in the car and chased him. What the fuck? So this is just what's going on in Hollywood? Please read that out loud. Cece said, I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone, I realized. Did you think Cassie wanted you gone? Clark crying. Sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. Protect black men is what they're going to say online. Cece, I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there, and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as a goal. Mark said, "You thought, geez Louise, you thought you could be his protector? It was to move the ball toward the goal to inspire." What? All right, CNN, do your thing. We need it. We need it now more than ever. Come on, CNN. We need it. No, man. So they no, man. So they at the house. Security is still in the house doing what he's doing. Diddy's coming back and forth. Kid Cudi ends up pulling up. Kid Cudi sees them. She said Kid Cudi stops and they see each other. They hop in the Escalade. They chase Kid Cudi. They chase Kid Cudi, and then the police car comes up there. Kid Cudi loses them. They turn and they dip. So now Cece picks up Cassie. They go to Kid Cudi's house. They talking to ADT. Well, she said she talked to somebody else after that. They go back to the house. And earlier she testified that Diddy was in a robe. And when they got back to the house, she seen Diddy kicking Cassie. Cassie was on the ground. They kicked her from wherever they were in the driveway to the street and told Cece to get the F out of here or he's going to F her up. So she said she continued to walk and Diddy was still kicking Cassie as she went around the bend. And the defense didn't say anything like Diddy didn't do that or what the fuck is going on here? Now we didn't draw no picture today. We looked at Rome the whole lunch. Probably ain't gonna do no more until maybe later on. I need somebody interested to come up on the stand. Oh, let me see. An hour. Let me see. They're back. Come on, CNN. We need you to fill in these blanks for us. You hung up on the fire inspector. All right, here we go. Read this out loud. All right. The goal to inspire. All right, here we go. Mark said, did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted? Cece said, yes. I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. How much more? The judge said. Mark said, can I talk to the government? Sidebar. Just a few more minutes and we'll get you out today. You did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right? I believe so. Cassie had an addiction problem. She said yes. Man, what the hell? So the defense didn't deny whooping on Cassie, kicking her in the street. The defense didn't deny Diddy having a gun. They asked, was it pointing at her? And then she said, no, waving. The defense asked, did she see the security? Was security up there with Diddy? She said, no, I seen him down in the hut. I don't know, man. I don't know what the defense really did today. Yeah, well, this is where we at. We at the end of the day. Well, I guess this is where they're going to stop at. I guess they're going a little bit over 3, but Mark said you made a short movie with her. Capricorn Clark said it was called Love a Loser. You wrote to him asking for forgiveness. I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. My bad, guys. I'm trying to. Here we go. Clark testified she pleaded for Combs' forgiveness after the firing. CC, former employee, broke into sobs as she looked at emails she sent to Diddy in 2014 and 15 asking him to forgive her. She testified earlier in the day that although she was officially fired in 2012 over a vacation she took, she believed Combs actually fired her because he was upset about her knowledge that Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi. She said she felt like she was a protector for Combs and he didn't have anyone looking out for him without her on staff. That email is me uh, pleading like, dude, let it go, she said. Clark, through tears, said she was hurt because she believed at the time that Cassie wanted her friend. It also bothered her that Clark said, that she believed Combs only hired her again in 2016 because Cassie wanted to work with her. Defense wraps it up on a cross-examination. All right, so we got the redirect. I guess we ain't done today. I guess we might be going to 5. All right. Again, I don't believe that the defense did anything to defend Diddy. Mark said, when you met me, you wanted to work with him, right? She said, we discussed it, nothing further. Miss Steiner, how much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? Sidebar. I guess they're looking at the settlement. Yeah, I mean, we here, guys. I'm doing the best I can, but this is all we got. We got some action today, though. We definitely got some action today. I mean, again, we here though, man. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me get like 5 more likes. Let me get 10 more likes. That'll put us over 100 likes, and it looks like we might be done for the day. But yeah, let me get like 10 more likes. Subscribe to the channel, Modai J. Support the channel. Cash has pinned in the chat. Switch account. Well, she said she was getting 65,000, but they were paying for housing. But then again, I was thinking he paying for housing in the car, but he was also paying for the phone. Man, the hell with that. I don't know if I'm good with. I don't need somebody checking my phone and seeing what the hell I'm talking about, and that's just too much. Switch. No, I don't know if there's anything else about Cassie. I mean, oh boy, let me see. I'm on to $1,000 to go to Kakistan. 7 hours. I didn't know it was that long of a flight though. Let me see. Nah, and just Cassie rushed to the hospital, reportedly in the hospital amid the Diddy trial. Well, they need to hurry up and decide what they about to do, man. All right, what happened with the job with Chris Lighty? Capricorn Clark said he died. R.I.P. Chris Lighty. The day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. Mark said, I object, sustain. Yeah, we don't need to know about that. We don't need to know about that at all. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. So what the hell do they know about Puff over at Interscope? Give me a second. Yeah, we ain't. I don't know. So Chris Lighty passed the day before she was supposed to start. Then they told her to leave Puff alone. How did Chris Lighty? August 30th, 2012, self-inflicted gunshot wound. We could go down a rabbit hole with that, but I'm gonna find a YouTube video and watch it and let them break it down. I'm not about to do the footwork. I ain't gonna lie to you. Definitely not feeling like that right now. Be following a death. All right, man. What we doing today, man? What's up? Is this it? The redirect, that's it? We calling it a night? I got other stuff I need to be doing. Okay. Capricorn Clark said, I was blacklisted. Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs? So people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. Why did you meet them? To get my life back. The quick update, Diddy was breaking into the house. The defense didn't defend anything. Diddy had a gun, waved it in the air, broke into the house. They seen Kid Cudi show up. Lauren London was called by Capricorn Clark, maybe for 30 seconds, or may have been on three-way. We can't remember, it was so long ago. So she was in the truck. Diddy kept going in and out the house. Security stayed in the house while they were going through the bags. Remember, the dog was put in the closet. Cassie was on the phone on speakerphone on the burner phone that they got from Best Buy via Capricorn Clark. Cassie's on the phone. She's like, what's going on? Oh, we're at Kid Cudi's house. It's on speakerphone. Kid Cudi's in the background talking about, what? They're in my house? So Kid Cudi and Cassie, they hop in the whip. They drive to the house. Now, when they get there, again, Diddy was going in and outside. Security sees Kid Cudi's black Porsche pull up. They hop in the Escalade. Put the truck in reverse, and then they go forward, and then they reverse again, and then they go forward so they can get out the driveway because they had to turn around. So it was a 4-point turn. They start chasing after Kid Cudi. But the Porsche is getting low. Kid Cudi ends up shaking them. Diddy and them, they're still chasing after him. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Get him, man. So Diddy's in the backseat screaming, telling the security catch up with Kid Cudi, but Kid Cudi loses him. The police car shows up. The Escalade sees the police car. The police car kind of turns them off. It's a little deterrent. Now, we don't know if the police saw them or anything, but they said Diddy turned off. So security goes back to the house. Capricorn Clark goes to the house and she gets a vehicle. She goes to pick up Cassie from Kid Cudi's house. When she gets there, ADT is there. Because remember, the cameras were turned and they weren't working. So we can only assume that when Diddy and security went in the house, they probably pulled the plug or broke the cameras or something from the inside. So ADT was there. Capricorn Clark picks up Cassie. At this time, Diddy's at the house and allegedly he's changed clothes into just a robe. This is Capricorn Clark's testimony from earlier today. So when they get there, Diddy is in the road. Diddy's in the road. I don't know why. Like maybe he's getting ready for a freak off. Who knows? Or maybe he just changed his clothes because shit, breaking in the house, kind of hot. So when they get there, Capricorn Clark said that Diddy began to kick the heck out of Cassie. I'm talking about from where they were standing all the way down to the street. And he told Capricorn Clark to get the F out of here unless she wanted to get kicked too. So Capricorn leaves, but she does say she remembers Cassie getting kicked all the way down to the street. Now, a conversation that was had between her and Laura London in that little brief 30 seconds is because Diddy had the gun and she was in fear for Kid Cudi's life. So she didn't want Kid Cudi to be in there because she knew that Diddy, well, I can't say she knew. She assumed that Diddy would have probably bang, bang, unalived them. And she did tell Lauren London that she was afraid of mountain lions. And that's because in the Hollywood Hills, they got coyotes, they got mountain lions, and you don't want to fight a mountain lion. I could probably fight a mountain lion. You guys would probably run away or lock the door or something of that nature. So that's what happened. The defense never once denied that Diddy had a gun. They said, you said that Diddy pointed a gun. She said, no, he waved a gun. They said that security came up. She said, no, I seen security down at the hut. What else happened? She went to go talk to the fire inspector called and she hung up on him. She wanted the life over. Really, that's it. The defense just really asked the same questions over and over that we already heard her testify. It wasn't ever saying that Diddy didn't have a gun. Diddy didn't break in the house. Diddy didn't blow up the car. They didn't even bring up the car because it's just like it was no point of bringing it up if you'd be in the defense. But that's really all I can remember. And right now we're just sitting here. She did send a letter to Diddy apologizing 2015, talking about the time for you to be mad at me is over with. LOL. She wanted her life back. Her son is autistic. She didn't have parents. And she was blacklisted. She ended up working for Interscope via Chris Lighty, but Chris Lighty passed the day before she started. She was supposed to work directly up under 50 Cent. And that's where we are right now. I mean, off the top of the dome, that's really all I can remember because I don't remember the defense really defending anything. And I know people say, oh, I'm bringing down a black man, but the lawyers aren't bigging up a black man. The lawyers are supposed to be saying that Diddy would never hold a gun. Diddy's actually scared of guns. But the defense is doing none of that. And as me being impartial and I'm supposed to be on the defense side, I'm trying to see it from their lens, but I don't see them doing any defending. Now, Capricorn Clark, they're trying to paint it as, you know, her and Cassie didn't like each other. We got an update from CNN, 2 of them actually. Blacklisted, we already went over that. Combs control Ventura's career decisions. Ex-employee testifies. Cece said that when she worked with Cassie, Diddy was required to approve all of her looks, each of her songs, and every event she went to. She said Combs would withdraw his support when the couple was fighting. So, I mean, that's where we're at right now. I don't know if we're continuing on or if we're coming to a stop because this is the redirect. So it's back on the prosecution. They were trying to ask how much did Diddy pay him, but they got a sidebar on that. And my eyes were closed because I was trying to remember everything. Like I was trying to remember it, but sum it up. So in my mind, you know, I'm always trying to make a storyline out of it. So I was thinking of like a storyline to remember everything that happened, but it really wasn't much. And the lights are bright. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got my glasses on. So I don't know what we're doing now. I don't know if we're going to continue or this redirect is the end of Capricorn Clark testifying or. And then he's putting all of this in a thread. So I was blacklisted, objection. When did you return back? Why did you meet him to get my life back? Let me see what this last update is. All right, here we go. So the prosecution is asking, in the kidnapping, did Diddy carry a gun? Capricorn Clark's last word is yes. Judge said, jurors, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. The Honorable Mo is dismissing. Court is adjourned for the day. So the last thing the jurors heard is when Diddy kidnapped Capricorn Clark, kidnapping falls up under the RICO charge. When Diddy kidnapped you, did he have a gun? The answer was yes. The defense not once defended Diddy saying he didn't have a gun. They never once said that Diddy didn't kidnap her. They said, why did you go with Diddy? She was saying, because nigga, I had to. I didn't have no other choice. But they didn't defend not going with Diddy for this alleged kidnapping. She's off the stand and the jury is dismissed for the day. So that's where we're at. Again, I don't want anyone to think that I'm bringing down a black man. What I want everyone to think when they come to my channel is we have a man on the stand. Don't matter if he's black, he's white. We're judging by the crimes at hand. And that's what we're going off of. But if you can show me somewhere where the defense did a hell of a job today, I'll reevaluate. And, tomorrow I'll be like, you know what? I was wrong. The defense did a good job. I'm not afraid to say I was wrong. I'm not saying I'm right because I'm not a lawyer. I'm a doctor. But what I am saying is I don't believe the defense did anything. They didn't talk about the bomb, the car bombing. I guess they removed that. Well, it was overruled. So they removed that, but they didn't deny a kidnapping. They didn't deny whooping on Cassie. They didn't deny breaking in the house. They said, did you see if they could get in the door? Like, they didn't say Diddy didn't go in the house. And she was like, well, Diddy, you did go in the house. He was going back and forth to the house. Security came out and jumped in the Escalade. We chased Kid Cudi down. So I'm like, man, what the hell is going on here? What the hell? Ain't that what the kids say? What the hell? The Real Show said free Diddy. Hey, well, if that's how you feel, free Diddy then. Again, I don't care if he's innocent or guilty. All I'm here is covering the case. Rent is due on the 1st. Diddy being found innocent, rent due on the 1st. Diddy found guilty, rent due on the 1st. I'm going to the Kendrick Lamar concert July 2nd. I don't give a damn if Diddy's in this motherfucking trial for another year. I don't care if he gets off tomorrow and walks. You can say free Diddy, you can say all you want. But all I'm saying is the defense didn't do a good job, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, they didn't. All right. Non-bias. Let me move all of this now. Be honest. From what we heard today, how do you feel about the defense cross-examining Capricorn Clark? What are you guys' thoughts on that? We 3 weeks in, Kirk. I seriously doubt that this judge is going to permit a damn mistrial. They talking about they ahead of schedule. I doubt they're going to do a mistrial. They about to let this thing roll, especially at this point. But yeah, I mean, I honestly didn't. I mean, I don't know. I know when they were starting off, it was like, okay, we're putting it on her, making it seem like she was jealous of Cassie. But even if you went that route of her being jealous of Cassie and her still writing Diddy and even tried to work for Diddy last year, they said April of 2024, she met with Mark and Tina Garagos to try to work with Diddy in 24. So I don't see her being jealous of Cassie, but still liking Diddy. And then you saying she had a crush on Diddy. Why would she get on the stand and lie if she wants to still work with Diddy? When she was just saying she was, you know what I'm saying? Her stakes are higher. So why would she want Diddy to get locked up for something if she was still trying to work with Diddy? So the whole jealous thing was like, I mean, that's kind of irrelevant now because she's telling her truth about what happened. So she's the key witness as far as the kidnapping happened, the breaking and entering, the chasing after Kid Cudi, the abusing Cassie again. I don't know why you would bring up her being jealous if you're gonna bring up, yeah, you met with us last year to work for Diddy. She even said that the relationship started off that she thought Cassie was taking Diddy away from her. Remember, she was there before Cassie. She had a crush on Diddy. And she felt like Cassie became a, you know what I'm saying, a feisty model. But then the relationship got better. They worked together. And then when she got fired, she said Cassie was the reason she came back to work. So their relationship, they fixed that. So why would she get up here and lie on Diddy when she was trying to work with Diddy last year? So why I wouldn't have brought that up? Like, you met with us last year, unless you were trying to say like you had something against Diddy, but they just showed emails where she had the utmost respect for Diddy. She was even apologizing to Diddy. So why would you bring up her wanting to work for Diddy last year if you're trying to paint a picture that she's against Diddy? I don't know. What up, Kim? I can give you. That's kind of what I'm doing right now, giving like an update. Like, we're talking about the defense right now. Trump is gonna. I don't know if Trump's gonna pardon him right now. He might pardon him like before he gets out, but I don't think this is something he would touch. Like, we know that Trump did pardon the that sheriff, but that was just like. I mean. He was I won't say he was stealing money, but I mean, that's what they doing with all these cryptos. But yeah, I don't know why the defense would bring up her having a crush on Diddy. Why would the defense bring up her trying to work with Diddy in 24 to then turn around and say she was jealous of Cassie? But she clearly says that me and Cassie's relationship started off that way, and then Cassie was the reason I came back to work. So I don't know. It didn't prove that she was against Diddy. It proved that no matter what was going on, she felt like she said, she was Diddy's protector. That's how I'm looking at it. I don't know what Diddy got over these motherfuckers, but whatever Diddy be doing, they be coming back. Because even her, she on the stand crying, talking about she felt like she was a protector. When nobody gonna protect Diddy like how she would. But Cassie was getting foot to ass. You know what I mean? They call it belt to ass, but it was foot because we heard that she. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's sad to say. Oh yeah, when the feds lock you up, they confiscate anything. They confiscate any and everything that is in your name. Bad Boy Records, Sean Combs Enterprise. I don't even know if he still got the Sean Combs LLC. I mean the Sean John LLC. But yeah, all that is about to be gone. And I mean, all of us got more time than we do money. I don't know if everyone would have in his name legally. Yeah, we'll have more money than Diddy. But you got to remember, a lot of stuff is in his kid's name. A lot of stuff is in his mom's name. They can't take that stuff. So technically, his family will still have money. Will he be a billionaire status? Nah, I don't even think he's at a billionaire status anymore anyway. But his family will probably still be working with like 30 to 40 million as far as like assets, royalties that they got coming in. But yeah, him, nah, he's gonna be sitting in jail, man. You know what I mean? But that's what we see though. Like, she's been saying she felt like she was his protector. Garrigo said the legal minutes cut off when the MDC legal is not there. The other calls are capped at 300 minutes. They are filtered. Judge said, let me work on that. There are union issues with the VTC in the evening. Garrigo said maybe the skiff time here. So what are they looking at? What are they talking about? They got some Diddy phone call recordings or something? What are they talking about? Hold on, give me a second. So tonight I'm gonna do a little bit of research on Kakistan. Also, I'm gonna get on Tisha Tales. I'm probably gonna drop like a little 20 or 30 piece. I thought I was gonna do 50 at first. She don't need that much. But tomorrow we have LAPD, LAFD, Yeah, so we got the Los Angeles Police Department. Tomorrow we got the fire department. Jimenez. We got Nash and Mia. Remember, Mia is a pseudonym for, I don't know who she is. I don't know who Nash is either. But Mia is a pseudonym for somebody. So they're basically like we already got a Jane Doe, so now we got Mia. So tomorrow we got 5 people on the stand. LAPD, fire department. Oh no, 4. LAPD, fire department, Nash and Mia. What about the VTC with Mr. Combs in the MDC Brooklyn jail? There are logistical difficulties in the evening. They believe they are being flexible. We get cut off after 5:30 p.m. So I guess that's like the phone calls get cut off at 5:30 p.m. So we got 4 people on stand. We got 17. That'll be 21, 22, 22 tomorrow. 22 witnesses. Jeez Louise. I wonder what the police department is going to say. I wonder what the fire department is going to say. Nash and Mia. I can assume that Mia is probably got abused at some point. So there we go. I mean, live updates. Yeah, okay, so it was about the phone calls. Combs' defense team again raises concern about cell call restrictions at his prison. His defense team again is raising concerns that call restrictions at the prison don't allow them enough time to speak with Diddy once he returns after the trial ends for the day. The judge says he thinks there's been a disconnect between the defense and prison officials and that he would try to help find a solution. All right. I asked AI your question about the defense angle. It said the same thing you've been talking about for the past few minutes. Shit, I'm just gonna follow you from now on. Hey man, look, I'm not a legal expert or anything. I'm just giving my opinion and just trying to apply a little bit of logic. You know, everybody they got their feelings. Oh, it's a bitter like this. Like I'm just looking at it like these are the laws. This is what he did. Does that apply to this? Does that apply to this? That's how I'm looking at it. And the defense, I gotta defend. Like I'm trying to deny everything for Diddy. Well, I'm not, but if I'm the lawyer, like man, I'm taking that check. Like, all right, look, hold on. So you said that Cassie, she was a feisty model, huh? When you say feisty, what do you mean? So you saying that she was on drugs and she was just wilding out? Oh, so she did wild out. Okay, cool. When you say she had an addiction, how often would you see her do drugs? Were there moments where you would see her do drugs and Diddy would just walk by? And there had to be times, unless Diddy is just a wild ass motherfucker and there wasn't never a moment he wasn't on drugs. You gotta ask her, do you recall a moment where Cassie was doing drugs and Diddy didn't? Because you got to try to make it seem like, yeah, I seen that. All right, so had you ever seen Cassie offering Diddy drugs? Like, man, try to defend the guy or something. You got to throw dirt on Cassie. You got to do something. You said you went to you said you guys went to Kid Cudi's house and you said Diddy was waving the gun. Now, do you know if that gun was registered to Diddy or not? Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. So Diddy does have, you know what I'm saying, a concealed carry or a registered gun. So it's not illegal to have a gun. You said he didn't point it at you, you were just waving it. So, like, defend this guy, man. They say that this is the dream team for Diddy. They say that he spent $10 million. Like, I'm expecting them to stop asking the same shit the prosecution is asking. You just repeated everything. So you mean to tell me that Cassie, she decided to do her own hair? Yeah, nigga, one time. Get on something else, man. Come on. So you gave Diddy the address to Kid Cudi's house. No, then how did he find out where Kid Cudi lived? So you were in the vehicle, you were pointing it out the directions. Man, like, She up there sniffling and shit. Fuck all them tears. How'd you get the Kid Cudi? How did Diddy know? How did Diddy know that was Kid Cudi when all he seen it was Scott in the phone? Because remember they had to change Cassie name to Stormy. How did Diddy know that Scott was Kid Cudi? Remember everybody was saying Cassie, I don't know where they got that from. Cassie gave the address. How? When he didn't even know it was Kid Cudi. And we just found out this nigga Diddy was in Kakistan December 16th. He came back December 22nd. They went over to the house, but he went to get Capricorn because she was the only person that knew that Cassie was talking to a nigga by the name of Scott. Who the fuck is Scott? None of us knew Scott was goddamn Kid Cudi. We know Kid Cudi. I didn't know this nigga real name. He said, who the hell is Scott? How did we get to Kid Cudi's house? You gave the address to Kid Cudi's house. You was the protector. The defense need to be, man, I'd be up there in front of her like, okay, who gave the address to Kid Cudi's house? Why'd you go back and get Cassie? How Cassie ended up back at Diddy's house? Oh, you went and got her. You said you went over there. You hung up in the fire investigation. Kid Cudi was talking to you. Man, what the defense, they ain't even doing nothing. You gotta look. If I'm a defense attorney, I want everyone watching this trial like, damn, this nigga don't give a shit. This nigga is gonna go at whoever's on the stand. Man, you gotta earn that check. Man, this nigga talking about you had a crush on Diddy. Man, who gives a fuck, nigga? Hell, I had a crush on Lauren London. What that mean? Nigga, don't mean nothing. When I seen ATL, I said, damn, who this woman is? I see ATL in Chandler. I was down in Chandler, Arizona, 2006. I remember. I went to go see it with this chick. She was cool people, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna mention her name, none cool people, you know what I'm saying? That was our thing. And you know, I bought T.I.'s album. What you know about that? And at the end, my fofo, my Chevy on 24s, and my no. Yeah. Yeah, I remember all of that. And that's 2006. But man, the defense, you got to get on it. Mark up there, cool, calm, collective. Then they trying to talk about we can't talk to Diddy. Y'all need to be talking to the motherfucking witness. So when you took Diddy, like you got to throw it like this. When you took Diddy to Kid Cudi house, objection, Your Honor, leading. All right, my bad. I was trying to throw a quick one in there. How did you get Kid Cudi? How did Diddy know it was Kid Cudi? Oh, I told him because all Diddy seen was Scott in the phone. Fuck all that. If I'm a defensive man, I don't give a damn. I'm going up there, judge. There was Spanky Boobs and Diddy did it. I mean, Diddy didn't do it, guys. Judge, tell the jury, the jury, y'all didn't hear that. Jury, it's Spanky's Boobs and Diddy didn't do it. Yeah, my bad, jury. My bad. It's hot in here, Judge. It's kind of cold. Can we turn the heat up some? Because, you know, my brain is all. Diddy did not do it. You did not hear that. He did not hear that. I said Diddy didn't do it, and it was Spanky's Boobs. All right. Just tell the jury. Maybe someone higher up is paying the lawyers not to. Because if they ever find out that, like Brian Steele wouldn't do that because that would mess up all the lawyers. If any lawyer is ever caught doing that, oh, that's gonna tear them up. They definitely gonna meet. They gonna have to come see me, and I'm gonna have to say, yeah, you can't practice law no more. Not here in New York City. Oh, but this is a Fed case. They're gonna say you can't do no more Fed cases. And the state of New York is gonna say you can't do nothing up here. So they definitely ain't doing that. Ain't no lawyer risking their damn hell dog, they whole livelihood off of no damn Diddy case. I'd come and get this $1 million. Yeah. But remember, a defense attorney, they don't care if you're guilty. They just gotta prove you didn't do it. They just gotta prove you didn't do it. Whenever we be watching movies, what you hear the lawyer tell them? What you hear the lawyer tell them? Look, I need you to be honest with me. If you did it, let me know. And the reason they need to know if you really did that shit is one, you know, saying it's attorney-client privilege. They can't mention it. If they ever say something about it, they're cooked. But they need to know if you did it, so what they can lie about. That's all they're doing. They're getting up here and lying for you. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. So they need to know if Diddy did this shit. If you did this shit, all right, look, this is gonna be our approach. You're gonna get some time. But what we can do is try to get the RICO off and the X trafficking. We could probably get this to prostitution, and maybe get a hiccup somewhere towards the end where the prosecution comes back with a plea deal. Now we don't know what the plea deal was, and some people are saying it was 5 years. There's no way they were offering 5 years for this. No, they were probably like the minimum was probably like 35, 40 years. I'm saying whatever R. Kelly got, that 30 years, that's probably the lowest that they were offering Diddy. There's no way they were offering him less than 20, like, to be modest. No. This right here, they going for the gusto. They talking about life in prison. Yeah, we'll give you 25 to 30. So maybe they just trying to hold on, try not to get ran over, but try to get the X trafficking off of there. Because those two right there, those are up to life. The prostitution are up to 10 years apiece, so that'd be 20 years. And maybe get hit with the RICO. And if we can plea out, we get the 2 X trafficking out of there. We can plea out to the RICO and then to the 2 prostitution counts. Man, we could do 15, 20 years. You see what I'm saying? We just got to get rid of that. That X trafficking is the big one right there. That both of those could carry life on their own. What they say? The good news is the check cleared. The bad news is you getting life. Of course, I can't say if he's innocent or guilty. It's up to the jury's interpretation of the laws and how they play it out. But remember, there's 12 jurors, so it's got to be a unanimous decision on this. Yeah, it can go all the way up the chain. It can go all the way up. Diddy ain't bigger than Epstein. In no world is Diddy bigger than Epstein. In no world is Diddy bigger than Bernie Madoff. No. We look, as far as Negroes go, yeah, Diddy up there. Well, he was up there. Diddy looking like he about to get down here with us. Well, he's gonna be below us, depending on how this trial go. Well, let's not get things fucked up. Diddy was a big dog of the regular dogs. You know what I'm saying? You got the big dogs of the little dogs. You got the big dogs of the regular dog. You got the big dogs of the big dogs. Diddy ain't have more power than Epstein. Diddy ain't have more power than Bernie Madoff. And both of them got the goddamn book. Yeah, no. Diddy's up there, but he ain't up there. If that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Noise.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Yeah. It's itemized. I'm not Epstein. Fucking. Bernie Madoff, $64 billion in stolen funds from investors. Diddy's net worth was $1 billion. Bernie Madoff stole $64 billion. And they took this nigga, grabbed him, and put his old ass in that motherfucking slammer face first. You think that Diddy got more power than Bernie? Bernie Madoff had the richest people in the world invested in him. Diddy's just throwing fucking free costs for the niggas. Bernie Madoff was getting money from him. He stole $64 billion. And you think Diddy got more power than him? If Bernie Madoff was at the top of the top, and this is in 2009, this is baby Diddy. This is the baby Diddy era. You know what I mean? This ain't when Diddy had all that power. This is Bernie Madoff for $64 billion. Diddy had a network of $1 billion. Ciroc gave him $1 billion, and this nigga was living check to check. This nigga was so goddamn, well, remember, millionaires check to check is different than ours. Diddy was taking the $15 million he was getting for marketing from Ciroc and paying for parties and shit because he wasn't living like that. Diddy owed $148 million to the banks because Diddy ain't living like that. On paper, it sounds good. He's a billionaire, but it comes to find out Diddy was never living like that. Bernie Madoff was that. Bernie Madoff ran New York. Diddy jogged around New York. Epstein ran. Epstein had a whole island. There's levels to niggas at the very top. When we think about us black folk, yeah, Diddy was the top of us black folk. Well, he was up there, but you know, you got billionaires worth more than him. But no, when it comes to like power and influence, everyone thought Bernie Madoff was Warren Buffett. They thought this nigga was the greatest thing ever. This nigga stole $64 billion. We talking about power, nigga. The richest niggas in the world, not them little I want to be billionaire ass niggas like Diddy. The real billionaires, 20 billion, 30 billion, 5 billion. They were giving money to this nigga, and he was just, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. We talk about power. Bernie Madoff, shit. We talk about power. We talk about power. Diddy was only meeting with Obama for the vote or die. This nigga Epstein had goddamn Bill Clinton on the flight. This nigga had Donald Trump on the flight. You talk about power, and they threw the goddamn book at that nigga. What you think they about to do with Diddy? And then they went to get Ghislaine Maxwell too. They said, God, bring your ass here. Come on. Come on. They say they only bring down the black men. Bring that white woman on over here. Come on. Come on. You're going to go sit on down. Come on. Don't delay it. Bring your ass, girl. Come on. You got Epstein out of here. Bring your ass too. Get your ass in that cell. You talk about power. Shit. Look, remember, at the end of the day, like Jay-Z said, you still a nigga. You still a nigga. Yeah, you got power amongst us in the urban community, but them white folks ain't playing around with you. Hell, them white folk ain't playing around with white folk. Yeah, then you got Oprah. We don't even know who Oprah tied in with. I think she'll skate away free. I don't think she done like anything too illegal. I mean, I know to get to a billionaire, you got to fuck people over, but that's life though. Like, if we all being honest, we thousandaires and we didn't all fuck somebody over in life to get where we at. You got to do that. You got to do that. And what I mean by like fucking somebody over, I don't mean like physically, like hurting somebody, harming somebody, intimidating them. Let's look at it like this. When I say fuck somebody over, everyone's fucked somebody over in some sort of way. Let's take applying for a job. Let's say you get a job over somebody else. You fucked them over. And you want to know why you fucked them over? It wasn't intentional, but it's a part of the game. Because in everybody's resume, they inflate what they did. Every time you say you did something, oh, I was in charge of, say you had 12 employees. I had 12 employees up under me. I was managing 12 people. You're going to lie. You're going to inflate. And you're going to put, I managed 15 people. I managed 20 people. You may have overseen, you rounded money up. Okay, let's say I did $900,000. But when you put it on the resume, in excess of $1 million, see, you fucking somebody over because you lying. So we all done fuck somebody over to get where we at. It's just the way of life, man. It's human nature. You got to fuck the next person over to get where you gonna get. Now, it may not be intentional. It may not be, it may be a little harmless, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Bernie Madoff had 17 billion at one time. Yeesh. Everyone's fucked somebody over. There's no way, there's nothing that you can do to say you didn't. Everybody has gotten over on somebody. Everybody played a fool sometimes. Oh yeah, what did I say we was gonna talk about if we had some free time? All right, we had 6 hours for week 3. We got a 6-hour live for week 3. Last week we did what we do the first week, 4 days, 28, 33. We did 33 hours the first week. We did 4 lives last week. They were all about 5-6 hours. So 30 hours, no, probably about 27 hours last week. So 33, 27, that'll put us at our 50. And then we got 6 hours today. So we have 56 hours. We have 56 hours on the Diddy trial. I won't say that I'm an expert of the subject matter, but I know a little bit of something. I can recall a lot of stuff off the top of the dome. They said we might be done in 5 weeks, so maybe not next week, but the week after, we'll probably be doing closing arguments. I'm not going anywhere in the month of June. I do got to stack my breads up, because in July I got at least 2 trips I want to take, plus the concert. August, I'll be gone for my birthday, so I'll be gone for maybe about Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. I'll be gone 6 days for my birthday. We're gonna go to Carnival in London, and then the weekend after that, Labor Day, I'm back in Amsterdam, and then the weekend after that, I'll be back in London. October, I'm not sure where I'm going. Veterans Day in November, I might try to go ahead and go to Egypt, because I do want to see the pyramids, because if some stuff happens, I might not be in Europe in 2026. So I'm trying to knock out like some of the major things. I might do some smaller trips, like hop on a train and go somewhere maybe like an hour or 2 away. I do want to go to Switzerland. I'm gonna try to go snowboarding this year in Switzerland, hit the Alps. Yeah, other than that, man. Yeah, I got a lot. Oh, everyone's F somebody over. Oh, everybody. Now, we didn't draw a picture today. Today we were looking at Rome. We were just like looking at what I did this weekend. Of course, I got like Berlin. I still got a man. All right, that's what I'm gonna be doing this weekend. This weekend I'm gonna be finding out who the hell Ralph Ruthless is. Ralph Ruthless, what the hell Diddy was doing in Kakistan. I'll put together the Rome vlog. Shit, I got 2 Amsterdam vlogs. I got a Barcelona vlog. I still got Costa Rica from like 2022. Let me see. What else I got in Italy? Shit, I got Madrid. I got Manila. No, man, I got like 3 Thailand. When I say we all didn't fuck somebody over. That's just how it is, man. You can't escape it. Although you want to. Although you want to say that you're better than us, but none of y'all are God. So that means you all done some devilish acts to get where you're at today. Oh, so the jury, they all got screens like that? Okay, that's nice. Have I ever been to Transylvania? Nah. They had a trip. It's called ITT tours. But I never went. They had a train that went out there, or they were gonna take a bus for Halloween. But I was like, man, I ain't going out there. And plus, what did I do for Halloween last year? Oh no, I didn't go last year because remember I went back to London for the football game for Veterans Weekend. Yeah, Veterans Day weekend. I went to the football game. Actually, I need to see what football games are coming this year. I think the Browns are going to be over there, even though I'm not no fan of no damn Browns or no damn what's the boy name? Shador, but NFL London games 2025. Lauren Nunlin knows a lot. I heard another vlogger comment she might be a witness on the stand. I said, we gonna see. October 5th, they got a game. The Vikings. See, I'll probably do. Oh, this is the one I want to go to. I went to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. This is where I want to go. What is this? The 19th? October 19th. The Jags versus the Rams. You know, my brother's a Jags fan. So I always go. I'm going late game. And I want to go to the Wimbledon Stadium. Yeah. Yeah. Well, guys, we just figured it out. October, we're going back to London, Wimbledon Stadium. October 19th, we will be going to London.
Noise. Noise. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
All right, let's see. I think my nephew's going to the Brazil game. No, I don't want the Hotspur. I want to go to Wimbledon. Sign up to receive news and ticket information. Now we want to go to. Oh man, I still ain't. I don't know, man. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I was a little bit disappointed with the finale of Raising Kanan. It was all right. I ain't even watched the last of it. I was so disappointed with that last episode, man. October 19th. Oh, then it's right after the holiday weekend. Man, why the hell couldn't they have it the holiday weekend so I didn't have to take no leave? All right, well, I'm going to London, though. See the Rams versus the Jags. It's my brother's team, so I'm going to go do that. European gains and sales on date confirmed. And then they got some games here in Germany. I'm gonna try to go to a football game in Germany because I can go there and back. Berlin, the Falcons and coach. Ew, that's terrible. Dublin, Ireland. Oh shit, Madrid. What is this? A preseason game? July 8th. What is that? July. Oh, that's a Tuesday. Can't make that. All right, well, we'll figure it out. But I'm going to London for the hell with that. I'm gonna go see the Jags. I want to go to Wimbledon. I've never been to Wimbledon. Also, when I go to London, I do want to do the O2. So they got the O2. I do want to do this. And I'm about to get off here. We got 6 hours. But this climb the O2 arena, and they just put up these little cable cars. I got this beautiful view of the city. I might do this with my parents when they come. Do this little the cable car. But I want to do this right here. This O2 roof where you put the harness on and you climb over the top of the O2, man. I want to go do this. So I'm gonna do this one of these days. So if I go back in October, well, I'm gonna be there, and shit, I might do it in August. Was it $50? That ain't bad. I'm gonna have to do some harness training on my own. I don't know if I can trust them. All right, guys. Well, I'm about to get the hell up out of here. This is Diddy Day 10. Tomorrow's Day 11. We got 4 people on the stand: LAPD, LAFD, Nash, and Mia. And we'll continue on from there. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. Subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know. It's pinned in the chat. Also support the channel if you like to. If not, hey, hit that like button.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
You can rap, but you can't hide.